associate of Hunter Biden and Devin Archer. Impeachment investigators traveled to an Alabama prison to speak with Jason Galanis, who claims to have inside knowledge of the Biden family's alleged influence peddling scheme. Our national correspondent Alana Austin has more. Alana.
Well, from prison, Jason Galanis testified that Hunter Biden's last name and, more importantly, his access to his father helped them close business deals. According to the House Oversight and Accountability Committee Republicans, Galanis worked with Devin Archer and Hunter Biden from 2012 to 2015. Galanis told the GOP lawmakers from prison late last month that Hunter Biden called his father and leveraged his dad in dealings with Russian and Chinese business associates. Galanis claimed, quote, "Our goal, that is Hunter Biden, Devin Archer, and myself, was to make billions, not millions." Galanis explained the term he used at the time was the Biden lift. Biden lift that we talked about was access. Access meant to us at the time being in the business of acquiring other businesses to persuade third parties to do business with us. Galanis added it lent credibility to any venture or prospective partner, acquisition target, and it meant that it strongly demonstrated access to the halls of power. The Democrats say that Galanis' testimony is unreliable and that the Republicans are relying on shady witnesses.
He's another star witness in the lineup of, the alleged felons and fugitives who make up the lineup for the Republicans.
But South Carolina GOP Congresswoman Nancy Mace said this about Galanis' testimony. Fourth witness places POTUS at the center of his son's business dealings. Last week, Hunter Biden told the Republicans that he only had fleeting contact with Galanis a number of years ago. Galanis is currently serving out a 14-year prison sentence for his role in an alleged financial fraud scheme. Back to you.
Okay, Alana, thanks. More on Super Tuesday when we come back. Live team coverage. Stay with us. That does it for the briefing. Ed Henry and Bianca de la Garza standing by for our special Super Tuesday coverage. Polls are closing in a few minutes in some states. I'm Rob Astorino. Have a great night.
Vote for America 2024. Super Tuesday.
Good evening. evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 special live coverage of Super Tuesday. A deluge of delegates needed and up for grabs tonight. The ones needed for the Republican presidential nomination, they are at stake. I'm Ed Henry alongside Bianca de la Garza. What a night.
It is going to be a fantastic night, so sit back and relax. We have full team coverage for you across our entire nation. A huge day. Of course, the winner to secure the nomination is 12:15. We won't hit that tonight, as you know, Ed, but 874 delegates are up for grabs.
That's right. Former President Trump still got a big lead. You could see all across this great country where the polls will be closing throughout the night. California is roughly 11 p.m. Eastern, for example, so we'll be here all night. Polls have just closed in Virginia and Vermont at the top of the hour. North Carolina closing in just 30 minutes from now. A huge chunk of delegates up for grabs, 874 in all. You can see right there, 48 in Virginia, 17 in Vermont. We should be getting results pretty quickly.
Yes, and of course, former President Donald Trump, fresh off of that SCOTUS unanimous decision on the ballot in Colorado and looking for a resounding victory. Of course, Nikki Haley's campaign wondering if tonight will be, well, her last stand and what type of speech she will give later tonight.
That's right. In the first few contests, she kept suggesting that she won. In Iowa, she came in third and said it's a two-person race. Well, not really. She was in third, and then after New Hampshire, she all but said that she had won, and the former president wasn't happy with that. As I said, I'm Ed Henry.
I'm Bianca de la Garza. So great to have you with us. And yes, millions of Americans hitting the polls today. It is the most important day and now evening leading up to the November election. As we said, 865 delegates in the 15 states are on the line in contests across America. 9 more delegates also in America's Samoa. That is the territory, and live coverage. Our Newsmax correspondents spread out from coast to coast talking to all of the voters.
That's right. And we're expecting comments tonight from the former president. We'll be watching results as they come in from his Mar-a-Lago estate and social club there in Palm Beach, Florida. Mr. Trump, of course, expecting to further secure his grip on the GOP presidential nomination. However, he cannot mathematically clinch it tonight. Even if he gets every single delegate up for grabs, he would still be a couple hundred delegates short of officially getting it, though. Bianca, it's clear unofficially he all but has it at this point.
Yes, unofficially. And, you know, the Trump campaign is looking at maybe not tonight, but it is the countdown, because they say if it's not tonight, it's going to be in a few days. By Tuesday, they think it is all a lock. What does that mean? Of course, for the only person still standing in the race against him, Nikki Haley, she has set her eyes on Virginia and North Carolina, where polls have sort of shown her, I guess we say, closing the gap, but not by much. She's still out there pushing it, though, saying these two candidates, Trump and Biden, are too old. But in some of the polls, she's just a smaller margin than other states into those 2 states. Heading into tonight, though, Haley has just 43 delegates. Donald Trump, 273 so far. So there's the most recent count. Again, tonight will be a big whopping deciding factor. 874 up for grabs today.
Absolutely. So we'll get out there to some of our correspondents. Nikki Haley, as Bianca just said, set her eyes on North Carolina, hopes of picking up suburban Republican voters, or maybe a little less conservative, more moderate. The Tar Heel State, as we noted, holds 74 delegates at stake tonight. And so for more, let's get out to our correspondent and get this going. Caleb Park is live in Raleigh, North Carolina. Caleb, what are you seeing tonight, sir?
Good evening, Ed and Bianca. So far, turnout has been slow but steady. I'm told that the turnout has been slow because they expected that the early vote was much higher this year, and it's a crucial battleground state that Trump won narrowly in 2020. As you mentioned, there's 74 delegates up for grabs, and Nikki Haley's hoping that she can win those places where the suburban Republicans voters are. She had a rally here in Raleigh saying the majority of Americans don't want a Trump-Biden rematch, but Trump also held a rally in Greensboro over the weekend with key endorsements and a more than 50-point lead in the polls. And it's those up and down state ballots that are bringing out a lot of voters as well. Trump is backing Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson for governor in a hotly contested gubernatorial race. There's also a Republican effort to flip a Democratic congressional seat following redistricting. So we'll be watching that race as Sandy Smith faces off with former Lieutenant Governor Lori Buckholt, and the winner of that will face off with freshman Democrat Don Davis in November. Now, as you mentioned, Nikki Haley did win the primary in Washington, D.C., but tonight is seen as her last stand, hoping that she can pick off some of those voters in some of the open primaries. And this is a partially open primary. The polls here are closing in just 25 minutes, and we will be giving you guys live coverage here. Bianca and Ed, back to you.
All right, Caleb Park, thank you. We'll keep this rolling.
All right, we want to head now to the state of Texas. 161 delegates up for grabs there in the Lone Star State. It sure is. And Texas is also one of the 17 states, folks, that has open primaries. So you can be Democrat, Republican, you can show up and vote for whatever candidate you want to. And also which party's nominees they'd like to select in the primary election. Mike Carter has been there talking to voters. He joins us now live from Austin. So Mike, tell us what you're hearing on the ground there. I know that some say Nikki has some supporters in Texas. As we say, some of the polls show her having less of a trouncing by Trump there.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be less of a trouncing than what was expected coming into Super Tuesday, Bianca. Look, if Nikki Haley is going to even come close to Donald Trump tonight, which most prognosticators don't expect her to do, coming into today, she was down as much as 70 points to the former president of the United States. She'll have to pick up those Democrat votes in places like right here in Austin, Houston, the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. It's very unlikely she's going to be able to turn enough votes, even though Texas does have an open primary, into votes for Nikki Haley over Donald Trump. We mentioned Nikki Haley, we mentioned Donald Trump. Both of those candidates have been here in Texas over the course of the last week. Most recently, Nikki Haley giving her last campaign stop here in Texas before Super Tuesday. She was in Fort Worth last night. Of course, Donald Trump visiting the border last week here in Eagle Pass, Texas. Texas, as you guys just mentioned, one of the biggest electoral prizes on Super Tuesday. 150 delegates will be up for grabs today. State officials will assign another 11 delegates at the statewide convention in May. Now, today's primary comes less than a week after Presidents Trump and Biden staged rival events on the banks of the Rio Grande River along the Texas-Mexico border. Texas, of course, home to roughly half of the U.S.-Mexico border, and now most voters cite illegal immigration as a top issue of concern for them come November. Meanwhile, here in Austin, like a lot of cities across the country, homicides have risen sharply since 2020, and they've yet to go down to pre-pandemic levels. It's one of the reasons why Tesla founder Elon Musk, he's urging Austin Travis County residents to vote in the Democrat primary today and cast their ballots for Jeremy Sisteline, a middle-of-the-road Democrat who's had strong success with fundraising efforts from Republican donors. Sisteline says the current DA's office under incumbent Jose Garza has been too lenient on violent crime offenders here in the Austin area and has let the backlog of cases grow to over 6,000 during his tenure. Sisteline says that's led to justice being delayed for thousands of victims and their families.
This election is important for those reasons. We're not running for vanity. We're not running because we think that we have it wrong. This is stuff that's actually happening in the community, and the Garza administration is failing to keep you and your family safe.
All right, so that's going to be another big watch that we're going to be looking for tonight. Who wins that Austin area DA's race? Meanwhile, Nikki Haley, again, she gave her final pitch to Texas voters last night in Fort Worth. Here's what she had to say.
Hello, Texas! We're thrilled to be here. You know, when I was governor, I always used to refer to South Carolina as mini Texas, because we love our freedom. And you know, it has been almost a year since I announced I was running for president. We had 14 people in the race. I defeated a dozen of the fellas. I just have one more fella I gotta catch up to.
All right, well, you hear Nikki Haley there. She seems optimistic. Again, she's in Charleston tonight at a watch party of her own, not open to the public. Won't be too much celebrated, we don't anticipate, from the Haley campaign tonight across the country, and especially here in Texas. Again, Donald Trump expected to run away with things here tonight. Texas is an open primary, though, so you do have moderate voters, Democrat voters. They're able to vote for Nikki Haley. Remains to be seen if they actually will do so en masse. Polls close here at 7 and 8 o'clock Central Time, so over the next hour and a half, guys.
Yeah, Mike wants to get it going, Bianca, because there's live music in Austin, so he wants to get the polls done.
Yeah,
right, Mike?
some barbecue.
Some good food.
I can hear it in the background.
Absolutely.
All right,
Not so fast. We need you, sir.
yeah, we'll check back with you in a little while. Live pictures now at Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach, Florida. We'll be hearing, we expect, from the former president later tonight at that podium. I was there when he announced a year and a half ago or so in that very ballroom.
That long ago,
right? It's
does
just
it?
blown by. And at that point, there was some indecision in the Republican Party. Should he run again? Ron DeSantis was riding high. Oh, how things have changed, huh?
It's amazing. Despite 4 indictments against him, things have certainly changed and in Donald Trump's favor for sure.
And I just want to let you know, and our viewers know, there's a little update on what Nikki Haley's up to tonight. She's going to be watching in the Charleston area, just back home in South Carolina, just like the former president is back home here in Florida. Her staff is saying there are a bunch of happy warriors and the mood is jubilant. We shall see if that holds true throughout the night.
It can be jubilant, but is it delegate rich? That's what matters.
That's right. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage has just begun. Ed and Bianca here for the next few hours. Live look again there at Mar-a-Lago. The former president will be speaking once these results start rolling in. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Our Super Tuesday coverage continues here, and you're looking at 2% of the votes in Virginia, where Donald J. Trump is projected to win there. We are getting the early results there, 55% in for Trump. Actually, if we look at it,
very interesting. We're already calling it.
Already calling it. And this is Virginia, where, you know, not too far away, Nikki Haley won the D.C. primary the first time.
Yeah,
She
and
won
the Trump
something
camp had some
yesterday.
fun with that. Congrats,
sure
you're the
did.
queen of the swamp. You won D.C. Republicans. They didn't even want that. Looking at Vermont as well, polls closed there a few moments ago. Donald Trump has an early lead over Nikki Haley, but it's literally 73 votes to 57 because it's 1%, and he's up 55% to 43. But interesting, he's already claimed delegates in Virginia. We're already projecting that he's won there.
It seems like this will be the trend throughout the evening there, and there is a big party, a watch party that has been gathering.
So let's get straight to a social club there, Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida. That's where we find our senior correspondent, John Huddy. John, we're expecting the former president to make some remarks, and it might be a big night for him. Good evening.
Yeah, it's looking that way, and Bianca, good evening to you. And I've been scanning the room. By the way, it's really filled up in the last 30, 35 minutes. And I'm kind of scanning the room for Trump surrogates. I see Chris LaCivita, I've seen Boris Epshteyn, which are senior campaign managers and advisors. Bruce Lavelle, who's been on the show quite a bit, as you both know, who's a senior advisor to former President Trump. And I'm looking for some of the surrogates, like Senator Tim Scott, and also Vivek Ramaswamy, who as I was leaving Mar-a-Lago yesterday, was coming in, as I reported, to see if they're going to be in the room. And as we've been showing you over the last few weeks and months, they've been kind of fixtures on the campaign trail with former President Trump at the primaries, at the various rallies. So that's likely to be the case here again tonight. I mentioned yesterday in the living room at the Mar-a-Lago Club when former President Trump made remarks having to do with SCOTUS's Colorado ballot decision. One of the issues he really focused in on and honed in on is immigration, and we're starting to see that's really the #1 issue according to the exit polls tonight among at least Republican voters. And that's something he's talked a lot about, migrant crime, quote unquote. It's a new term he used. We heard that last week when I was in Eagle Pass with former President Trump when he was on the ground meeting with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. So we're expecting him to talk about that tonight. He also yesterday mentioned the wars in Ukraine, the war in Israel, so perhaps he'll remark about that. But more so going forward, the campaign going forward, and really going after Biden and the Biden administration. We're also getting information from the Haley camp. She is in Charleston. That's where she has her viewing party. And according to her campaign, the mood there is quote unquote jubilant, though it's looking like tonight there's going to be a clean sweep. That remains to be seen. But former President Trump, we're expecting, is going to be making remarks a little bit later this evening after the polls close on the West Coast, in particular California. Ed, Bianca.
John Huddy, we appreciate your reporting. We'll be checking back with you, obviously, throughout the night. Bianca, as you just mentioned, we've already projected that the former president will win Virginia. There's only 4% of the vote in. But what's interesting is there are 48 delegates at stake in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight, and they're done proportionately. So Nikki Haley right now has 40% of the vote, and what that means, it's not winner take all. So even though the former president has won there, she'll pick up some delegates and try to stay in this fight, but he's already won that state.
And she's only at 43 right now, and, you know, it's going to take a miracle. Probably not going to happen. But, you know, if the crowd's jubilant there, they're definitely out there spinning, and it's been fascinating. Every night we do this coverage on these big nights that they continue to kind of hold on, but tonight may be her last stand. Let's bring in our panel now to talk about some of the early results we're seeing and also what we may expect tonight across the nation. Host of Saturday Agenda, he's our senior political contributor, Rob Astorino, with us right now, and alongside him, Republican strategist and the CEO of Mason Borough Strategies, Luke Ball. Guys, welcome in on a Super Tuesday evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is exciting. It's definitely exciting if you're at Mar-a-Lago tonight. I don't know about Charleston, South Carolina. You know, we look at sort of where we're at. Delegate count tonight may not be the 12-15 for Trump, but he is edging ever so closely, Rob. And you know the campaign saying next Tuesday it's going to be a lock. You have to wonder what Nikki Haley's response will be and when.
Well, the when should be tomorrow, if not tonight, that she's getting out and ... endorsing Donald Trump. Otherwise, you know, I think her career is over. You know, her big night tonight was going to be potentially, if she was going to pull a victory, it was going to come from a V state, right? Virginia or Vermont. The reason why he already called Virginia is because in exit polls, Trump was winning men, women, over 30, and conservative. I don't know what's left. So that's why, you know, it's that's why it's going to be a big night no matter what.
And then
she's going to get some of that. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what's been propping her up in places like New Hampshire and every other place. But that's not who's going to vote tonight.
No doubt about it. Luke, let's bring you in. We just had Vermont up there on the screen. You see the live picture of Mar-a-Lago. There's going to be a lot of celebrating, it seems like, tonight. But Vermont has 17 delegates up for grabs. Donald Trump, you see, as an early lead. There's very few votes that have been counted. This has been seen as another potential opportunity. It's winner take most. And Nikki Haley, you might get some more moderate Republicans up there in New England, Luke. Is there any sense, any crack, any glimmer of hope for Nikki Haley tonight? How do you see all of this?
No, every sense I get from the Haley campaign, it's like a Titanic send-off party. It might be jubilant, but everyone knows the direction that it's going to be going. Look, Nikki Haley has one speech that was written tonight, and it was basically that although we gave our very best, we didn't come out on top. The question, though, is whether this is enough to put her over the top in her own mind and say, okay, this is enough. It is time to drop out. She has to be so absolutely crushed this evening by the numbers that statistically she cannot justify moving forward any longer. And ultimately, I think that she started to see some of the birth pains of that in her own state in South Carolina the other night, but did not ultimately decide to drop out. And I believe it was because she had the money that was still coming in from left-wing progressives donors. And people have to ask themselves, who is funding Nikki Haley's campaign? And she has to answer also why she is predominantly backed by Democrats in the left, and it's because they want a foil to Donald Trump. So no matter how many delegates she gets this evening, maybe it's a dozen, maybe it's 2 dozen, the vote is already decided. The nominees are already in place, and she has to ask herself, am I just in this for myself, or is this for the good of the country?
Well, I mean, she already said, too, she's not going to support Donald Trump. She said that on Meet the Press, so the loyalty pledge there out the window.
She seems to be backpedaling on that pledge.
You know, and you look at Vermont, she supposedly was going to do fantastic next door in New Hampshire, and she did not. It's a similar voter makeup a little bit there. I mean, granted state, you know, bordering there.
Independent-minded.
Independent-minded New Englanders there. So let's talk a little bit about, you know, Nikki Haley also says that she can go up and beat Biden. New polls are showing no, like a head-to-head here. This is CBS News poll, guys. Former President Donald Trump leading President Biden right here by 4 points of likely voters nationally. Now, that's the largest lead he's had to date. And then there's a recent Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. We'll put the numbers up here. Trump v. Biden, key states. And look at it is Trump 49
across the board.
Across the board beating him. So that kind of blows Nikki Haley's talking point up there. And of course, age is a huge issue with the likely voters. We have the State of the Union coming up this week. People are wondering how he's going to do, actually, just as he has to, you know, sell to the nation how we are doing. And here's Biden, guys, earlier today when asked about his disastrous poll numbers.
5 in a row. You guys only look at the New York Times. They're a great paper.
The New York Times is a great paper.
Last time I checked, Rob, the New York Times Siena College poll, Donald Trump was cleaning up in the battlegrounds that Bianca was just talking about. What say you, Rob?
He was, and the biggest news of that poll was that Donald Trump was at 52 in that CBS News poll. 52. That's comfortably above the halfway mark, and that would be a rout, by the way. And a lot of the battleground states, he's at 50 or just below, so things are not going well for Biden right now. And this whole thing with Nikki saying that she would beat Joe Biden because she's winning in the polls against him, there's a reason for that. They haven't even touched her yet. The left is propping her up. They're blowing her balloon up, but they'll pop it in a second if she were to be the nominee. So that's a false narrative. Right now, everyone's focused on the 2 people who they know will be there. At least they think Joe Biden will be there, and they expect Donald Trump to be there. And if that's the head-to-head, right now it's Donald Trump.
Yeah. Luke Ball, you want to give us a final thought? I know you're from down south where you hail, and North Carolina will be closing in just a few moments. Your final thoughts.
I'm keenly interested in the state of North Carolina. A few races to watch there. North Carolina's 6th congressional district, where Mark Walker is going up against Addison McDowell, who's the Trump-endorsed candidate, and Bo Hines, who got the Trump nod in the last election cycle. Also down in the 8th, Mark Harris is going up against Representative John Bradford. Mark Harris has had $1 million spent against him in outside groups. Mark Walker's had $1 million spent against him in outside groups. And I'm also curious to see what happens in North Carolina's 1st congressional district, in that very swingy swing district up there.
Yeah.
Sandy Smith is the Freedom Caucus endorsed candidate, and we're looking to see if she gets the nomination for a second time. Lots going to happen in the Tar Heel state.
She ran last time and lost, as you know. Luke Ball, we appreciate it. Rob Astorino, you look good. I saw you earlier on N2 filling in for someone. I think it was my show. Thank you.
Your seat is still warm for you tomorrow.
You're a great colleague, and we'll be checking in with you throughout the night.
Thanks, guys. And don't go anywhere. Much more coverage for you ahead right now. It is Super Tuesday. Results are coming in. Polls are starting to close.
Getting
and
exciting.
It is,
It's
especially in this ballroom.
Sometimes they come out just for a few minutes to talk. I feel like the former president's going to be excited. He's going to talk for a long time.
I think so, too.
We'll be right back.
the button polls closing in North Carolina there, folks, and 74 delegates are on the line there in North Carolina.
I'm watching our decision desk, and nothing's been updated in North Carolina yet, but I bet any minute now we'll be on top of that. Virginia has already been called for the former president.
Yes, that's right. Donald J. Trump in Virginia, precincts that are reporting now, we are at 61.9% for Donald Trump. Nikki Haley, 36% there. And our national correspondent, Logan Raddick, has been in Virginia throughout the day talking to folks at different polling stations. He's live right now in Alexandria with a little bit of the flavor of what's happening there. Big night for Donald Trump.
Big night for Donald Trump and a big night for Joe Biden. They were the two favorites in their respective primaries, and they are running away with this primary as those ballots are being counted right now. I want to take you back to 2016, though. Remember, this was a competitive primary here in Virginia. Donald Trump won just 17 of the 48 delegates. He got 35% of the vote to win the state, but he was going up against Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, Ben Carson, and as well as other candidates. And also in this race today, it's an open primary, but there's still other candidates on the ballot at this point. You can still vote for Chris Christie. You can still vote for Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, even though they've suspended their campaign. So Donald Trump is still running away with this against Nikki Haley, with other options still on the table for voters, and even Democrats voting for Nikki Haley. But we talked to some Trump voters, and they say it is way past time for Nikki Haley to drop out of the race.
Democrats are supporting her candidacy right now. That's where all our money is coming from. As far as I'm concerned, she's another Elizabeth Cheney, and I think her political career is dead.
I'm going to vote for President Trump. I was considering Nikki, but after I saw her comments, I'm not going to vote for her. If I can speak directly to President Trump, I wish he would tone his comments down on his political opponents. We want you to run the country. We want you to be effective. He has great policies, but I don't want to hear the drama, man. I don't want to hear the drama from him.
You know, I think that most people have already decided that there are going to be two candidates facing each other in November, and that's the president and the former president.
And very few Democrats here in Virginia have voted for either Marianne Williamson or Congressman Dean Phillips, as Joe Biden is running away in that primary here in Virginia. And those Democratic voters that we talked to today, they said that they were motivated to come out, even though Trump is not on the ballot for them, the general election in November. They came out to vote in the primary as their vote against Donald Trump.
The worst thing that happened to the country is that Donald Trump will be president again. I prefer, even though Biden is age, we have more security because he's doing what he's doing better than Donald Trump for the 4 years that he was in the presidency.
One of the things that I will be looking for is to see how the Biden administration has changed if it will change its stance on Gaza and Israel, and whether or not they will continue to call for a ceasefire.
But at the end of the day, we know the result is what we were expecting. Donald Trump and Joe Biden winning the primaries here in Virginia. But the question now is, what will happen in the general election? This is a relatively purple state. There is a Republican governor at this point in time. But Bianca and Ed, a Republican has not won the presidential race in Virginia since George W. Bush in 2004. Back to you.
Time in American politics. Logan Raddick, we'll get back to you. Appreciate your reporting as always. You know, Bianca, still looking. We've got nothing in terms of results yet from North Carolina, where the polls just closed. Virginia, where Logan is, already called by Newsmax. Former President Donald J. Trump will win that. But what I'm really looking forward to is about 25 minutes from now, we've got 6 states that will be closing the polls: Maine, Massachusetts, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, Oklahoma. A lot of states in there that are Trump country, that are MAGA country.
Yes, and with Virginia, that is 48 delegates with that win for 45. And you know what's interesting, too, is Virginia is an open primary. So voters from, either party can go in and choose. And again, they're choosing Donald Trump. So
and there was this, one of those things, well, because there was predictions, in some corners of the mainstream media that Virginia, to your point, would be more friendly to Nikki Haley. We heard that, as you said earlier, in New Hampshire as well. You have sort of more moderate Republican voters who work in the federal government in the northern part of Virginia, spent a lot of time in that area over the years, and It just, maybe there's fertile ground for Nikki Haley, but in state after state where there's open primaries or there's fertile ground with more moderate Republicans that might turn against the former president, she hasn't won a state yet. She won the District of Columbia by a very small margin over the weekend, has not won an actual state.
And you heard from Logan's reporting there, someone was talking about, Israel-Gaza war, and that's going to be another issue as well when we look at Joe Biden. And I'm curious to see, what we see in Michigan. If we see the uncommitted votes tonight on the Democratic side, we saw some people maybe voting for Marianne Williamson and then the none of the above. So maybe that's some of the questions about Joe Biden here as we also look towards, this week in the State of the Union address. He's got some serious hurdles here.
None of the above certainly burned Nikki Haley back in Nevada a couple weeks back. In the meantime, let's get to a couple of our heavy hitters. Our senior political analyst, Rick Santorum. Alongside him is senior fellow at the American Conservative Union, Mercedes Schlapp. What happened there,
Getting into place.
To move. Rick is moving.
Rick is
getting closer.
There
we go. Get closer. Stage direction, live TV.
So much going on.
I love it.
Well, guys.
It's great to see you. I spent a lot of time covering the U.S. Senate. I will tell you, it's very hard to corral that Santorum guy. You can't. Very hard to corral.
Tell me about it.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I meant that as a compliment. He was independent, and he would do his own thing. Let's start ladies first. Mercedes, we just mentioned Virginia's already been called. You're very familiar with that state, obviously, for the former president. You've got 6 states where the polls will be closing at the top of the next hour. They're already got a big crowd there at Mar-a-Lago. They think it'll be a big night. What are you expecting, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is the end of the road for Nikki Haley. I think at this point, it's important to accept the reality. Although she still has money to continue onward, we know that she's not spending any money right now on TV or radio ads. She has no events planned for the rest of the week. So I think that they're analyzing this and saying, look, it's better to jump back in and help Donald Trump as the focus needs to move to the general election. And I think for President Trump, he will have a very strong night. I mean, if Haley is counting on Vermont because she's got the endorsement of the very moderate governor there and is getting 17 delegates, sorry, that's not enough. It's not going to cut it. And we've already seen that President Trump is projected to win Virginia, a state that, as we know, is pretty purple. And, independents can vote in this primary, as do Republicans. But it's just not going to be enough for Nikki Haley. And really, truly, it's really time to move on and take the focus to Joe Biden.
She also had the neighboring state, Governor Sununu in New Hampshire, and it did not produce a win for her there either, to your point, Mercedes. So obviously Nikki Haley's team in Charleston saying that they are warriors. It is a jubilant mood there. But this is what they've been doing since the beginning. They've been losing and saying,
I want some of what they're taking. Because to keep that positive attitude and getting smacked down, I want some of what they're taking because it certainly gives them a very unrealistic positive attitude in this race.
Real quick, I just want to jump in. Newsmax is now projecting that in the state of North Carolina, former President Donald Trump will also beat Nikki Haley. The results are just about to trickle in, but we're already looking at the voting patterns of what we've gotten to look at. And now there's 2 states in the Trump column. Senator Santorum, jump on in here and pick up where Mercedes left off. 2 big states, Virginia and North Carolina, already called for Trump.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that throughout the night. I mean, there's 16 states in the territory, and I suspect maybe with the exception of Vermont, which of course hasn't been called yet, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maine, those 3 states may take a little longer to call, and as Bianca mentioned, maybe and Mercedes too, that maybe she might pull off a narrow victory in Vermont. But this is going to be a blowout night for her. And again, if she's not spending money on media, she's just husbanding the money to sort of keep the campaign alive. For what purpose? And I can understand if she feels like, well, I'm going to get a bunch of delegates. Well, in most of these states, they're winner take all if you get over 50%, which means she's not going to get any delegates. So, and again, that's just I don't understand it. I don't understand the strategy. I think the fact that she doesn't have events scheduled for the rest of the week may be an indication that whether she concedes tonight or gets out tonight, I think
I think we're talking about hours and days, not weeks and months.
And I want to add that I think for President Trump, the difference for this one is that there is definitely a much more sophisticated turnout effort and grassroots effort by the Trump administration, Trump campaign. They spent a lot more time getting organized in these states for these primaries, which I think will pay off, I think, for Donald Trump, because they've been working on these turnout.
It's a good trial run for November,
exactly.
too.
Yeah. Well, again, coming into tonight, Haley was at 43 delegates, so her path was already very minimal, if barely existing. And now it seems to be, like you said, on life support. Mercedes Schlapp and Senator Rick Santorum, great analysis.
Thank
and
you.
great to see you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, stay with us. We got more coverage. A whole bunch of states, polls about to close in less than 20 minutes. Texas, Tennessee, all kinds of places across this great country. We'll be here all night.
That's right. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere.
We have so much exciting news to share. That's right. A big night is setting up right now already for Donald Trump. Some states are already called for him.
Virginia, North Carolina.
And in a few more minutes, polls will be closing in Massachusetts, Alabama,
Tennessee.
Texas, Maine, Oklahoma. So a long way to go. That's right. And we want to talk a little bit about California right now, where our correspondent Addison Smith is. He's in San Diego with some of the big races to watch. 169 delegates up for grabs there. And Addison, they're also looking at who will be running for Dianne Feinstein's seat as well. Sort of that jungle primary setting up there as well out in California. Welcome in.
California primary and some potential shakeups that could be on the horizon. We'll get to that in a minute, but first, we'll talk about the expected outcome in the presidential primary. Former President Donald Trump expected to win handily over former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. He's polled as high as 83%, according to Morning Consult, here in the Golden State among Republicans. We talked to voters at a booth at a polling location downtown earlier today, and we weren't able to find any Haley supporters that we spoke with, but we did ask the ones we did talk to who they voted for and why. Here's a glimpse of that.
Joe Biden. I don't really care who my president is as long as it's not Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. What's happening at the border? You don't have to be an expert to understand that. Donald Trump stopped it one time before. Joe Biden turned around and opened him right back up.
I'm scared silly about the border problem.
I did not vote for president. Joe Biden's not doing what I elected him to do.
You didn't want to vote for Trump. You didn't want to vote for Biden. A lot of people in your situation have thrown their support behind Nikki Haley. Why did you ultimately choose not to vote for her?
No, that's not even an option. Sorry for me. No.
Public approval has been a challenge for Haley, not just in California, but in states nationwide. You look at the polling in North Carolina, where Trump just won, in Virginia, where Trump just won, polling dominantly over Haley in that. Now, as to the shakeups on the congressional side, we're seeing that Democrats could flip the House of Representatives if they net 4 seats. And in the Golden State alone, they are competing for 7. Like in the 45th district, for example, where House incumbent Michelle Steele faces 2 Democrat challengers, or Republican David Valado in District 22, which faces a divided vote due to a fellow Republican challenging him. And on the Senate side, former LA Dodgers All-Star Steve Garvey is surging in California's Senate race despite not airing a single television ad. He's seeking to keep Congressman Adam Schiff out of the United States Senate and saying in a recent interview that voters are fed up with the Democratic policies here in California. There's a lot of support for Steve Garvey, maybe to be Senator Steve Garvey. We are at an election night watch party here in downtown San Diego, where it's going to be a packed house, probably several hundred excited Republican voters packed in to keep their eyes on Garvey, to keep their eyes, of course, on former President Donald Trump. Ed and Bianca.
All right.
Yeah, it's 3 hours behind here from the East Coast, folks. So a little bit early there, is Addison saying should be a packed house a bit later on. We'll be, of course, joining you back out there live. Addison, thank you.
Garvey was the slugger for the LA Dodgers. A lot of Republicans tonight hoping he's going to knock out that Adam Schiff guy. Not too popular in the GOP, as you know. Let's keep this rolling. Bring in the former acting attorney general under then President Trump, Matt Whitaker, our friend, as well as our friend Doug Collins, former Georgia congressman. Gentlemen, good to have you. Matt, let's start with you. As a former administration official, we got a live look there at Mar-a-Lago. You've been there many times before. We've got 2 victories already for the former president, the critical states of Virginia, North Carolina. Polls in 6 more states closing at the top of the hour. What are you expecting tonight, sir?
Well, this race is over, and it really has been for quite some time. You know, when we won Iowa in January by over 50%, I think that set the tone really for the entire primary season. So I expect that Trump will keep winning. You know, he won in the Supreme Court. He's winning in these primary states. And, you know, we, I think, are really set for some really good momentum as we head into November. But remember, you know, Joe Biden and the Democrats are going to be very tough to beat. And I think a lot of Republicans understand what it's going to take. And I think Nikki Haley needs to get on board right now and make sure that she's on the team as well, so that we can provide a unified front, all hands on deck.
Yeah, and we were covering Iowa. It doesn't seem so long ago, but it was, and a lot's happened since then, including yesterday's 9-0 ruling by the Supreme Court, which allowed Trump to be on the ballot today. They're saying insurrection, which he has never been charged with, is something that Colorado states couldn't decide that. You know that. And Trump came out yesterday, actually right there where we're looking at live in Palm Beach, to talk about that, Matt and Doug. And he also wove in some of the other issues that are coming up that have come to light. Fani Willis. Doug, that's your state of Georgia here. We're talking about, possible interference, White House meetings, the lover, the hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxpayer monies. All of this where Donald Trump yesterday was really able, after the Supreme Court decision, to seize on that moment and really encapsulate, I think, what a lot of people are saying is the backfiring of what Democrats and Joe Biden think they were accomplishing. Doug.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this all along, and the problems in Georgia continue to grow. They're going to have more and more issues. You wouldn't really see anything. I don't think you're going to see much this week out of the court, given this qualifying week for not only the judge in the case, but others going on. And so I think you'll see something next week. But the more and more evidence is piling up that Fani Willis and them had, again, it's not just the fact that they had a relationship. It's not just the fact they went on trips together. It's the fact that Fani Willis used her position as the DA in Fulton County to interfere in a divorce case for Nathan Wade, and used her position basically to say that this divorce case was interfering in a criminal case in her jurisdiction, another county over. And then actually now we have it reportedly have conversations where she's talking to attorneys in that case saying, don't talk about the affair, don't talk about this because
witness tampering.
Of what it may be. So,
maybe obstruction of justice.
It could be. So we'll see how this all flows. I think really at this point, Willis and them may be more concerned about keeping their law license more than anything else at this point.
Yeah, it's backfired big time. Live look there at Mar-a-Lago. We'll be going there live as soon as the former president starts speaking a little later tonight. Gentlemen, we appreciate you coming in. We'll check in with you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to our correspondent, John Glasgow. He's out in Colorado, where Bianca teed it up perfectly about we didn't know until yesterday for sure that the former president would be on the ballot out there. John, what are you seeing when the polls close, and what do we expect from Colorado tonight, sir?
That is a great question, and we've been watching here throughout the day, and it's been pretty slow here. This is where you can sign up to vote, register to vote here in downtown Denver. This is pretty much the scene we've been seeing throughout the day. Drips of people coming in to get their votes cast. Now, the reason for that is the mail-in ballots. Colorado was very big on mail-in ballots. These actually went out in February, so voters have had a few weeks now to think about who they would want to vote for their presidential nominations. So that is something that we've been watching. We got an update around 2 o'clock this afternoon. That was local time, where the Secretary of State here, Jenna Griswold, said that around 1.5 million people had voted, and around 600,000 of those were Republicans. So won't get to an idea of how those votes look like until the polls close at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, which would be 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So we're waiting for the first round of those votes to come in to see how people are voting. But we're looking at some storylines here. You've got former President Trump now on the ballot. He's eligible as of that court decision that came down by the Supreme Court yesterday, saying that he is eligible to be on the ballot. His name appears on all of the ballots that were sent out in February, so a lot of the people that have already cast their ballot would have had that opportunity to do so. But we will wait to see how this all plays out here in Colorado. There's also, too, the immigration issue here. The city of Denver is dealing with a lot of that from the southern border. Texas bust up a lot of migrants to the city, and they're having a problem trying to house them, which has been a real sticking point with a lot of people here in Colorado, as some of these communities that are around Denver that are not sanctuary cities have refused to be sanctuary cities and help those migrants that might need some housing. So there's a lot of contentious issues here. We're waiting to see how the votes come in, and we're also watching this uncommitted vote, which could possibly be a protest vote for how the president's handling the war in Gaza. And we saw something similar like that in Michigan. Whether or not that resonates here with Coloradans, we'll wait to find out how that plays out. Back to you guys.
We appreciate you. Looks like slow turnout there behind him, as he noted, Bianca. The polls closed there 9 p.m. Eastern in Colorado. Before that, we've got 6 states closing at the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot more coming up.
We'll be right back.
You're welcome.
for America. 2024. Super Tuesday.
And welcome back. You are watching N2's special coverage of Super Tuesday, and we're glad you're with us.
That's right. Ed Henry alongside Bianca de Garza. A lot of polls closing at the top of this hour.
That's right. 8 p.m. right here on the East Coast as we come on the air to you. And officially, polls have closed in 6 states. Maine, as you see there, 20 delegates up for grabs. Massachusetts with 40. Alabama, 50. Tennessee, 58. Oklahoma, 43 delegates. And, of course, Ed, everything's bigger in Texas, so they have 161 delegates up for grabs this evening. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. I'm Bianca de Garza alongside Ed Henry.
It's good to be with you as always. We've done Iowa, New Hampshire, all of these great states, and on now to Super Tuesday. And this is the biggest night between now and November in terms of number of states. Delegates up for grabs. Former President Donald Trump expected to sweep, if not all, most of the 16 states. He's already picked up 2. In North Carolina, he wins by 64 to 34% in the early voting. We've already called it a 30-point lead right now. And in Virginia, where polls closed at the top of the 7 p.m. Eastern hour, he also cleaned up in North Carolina, as you can see. He's leading right now by about 40 points there. But let's check in Virginia with our national correspondent, Logan Raddick. He joins us from a polling station in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Logan, good evening.
Ed and Bianca, good evening. And as you can see behind me, this polling location is closed. They're cleaning up. It's time to go home because Donald Trump and Joe Biden ran away with their respective primaries here in Virginia. Donald Trump, a little bit of a closer margin with his opponent, Nikki Haley. But again, he's still up by about 30% at this point in time. The votes are still coming in. Now, Nikki Haley knew she had to win Richmond and Northern Virginia in order to have a chance. And maybe she wasn't trying to win the entire state. That's an uphill battle going against Donald Trump, who won the 2016 primary against a more crowded field. But as you guys have alluded to, this state is not a winner-take-all in terms of delegates. There's 48 delegates on the table. And when Donald Trump won it in 2016 with just 35% of the vote here, he only picked up 17 of those 48 delegates. So unclear what the strategy was for Nikki Haley, because the only 2 areas she had campaigned in the last week were Richmond and here in Northern Virginia, just a little bit west of where we are right now in Fairfax County. But speaking to Trump voters today, they all had one thing in mind, and they say, Nikki Haley, it's time to get out of the race because Donald Trump has wrapped it up here on Super Tuesday.
Democrats are supporting her candidacy right now. That's where all her money is coming from. As far as I'm concerned, she's another Elizabeth Cheney, and I think her political career is dead.
I'm going to vote for President Trump. I was considering Nikki, but after I saw her comments, I'm not going to vote for her. If I can speak directly to President Trump, I wish he would tone his comments down on his political opponents. We want you to run the country. We want you to be effective. He has great policies, but I don't want to hear the drama, man. I don't hear the drama from him.
You know, I think that most people have already decided that there are going to be 2 candidates facing each other in November, and that's the president and the former president.
And Trump will not clinch the Republican nomination tonight because he can't statistically get there at this point in time, even with so many primaries on Super Tuesday. On the Democrat side, though, President Biden heard a little noise from Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips, but he ran away here in Virginia, a very dedicated Democrat voting bloc in terms of Biden voters. We caught up with a few, and here's what they told us.
The worst thing that happened to the country is that Donald Trump will be president again. I prefer, even though Biden is age, we have more security because he's doing what he's doing better than Donald Trump for the 4 years that he was in the presidency.
One of the things that I will be looking for is to see how the Biden administration has changed if it will change its stance on Gaza and Israel, and whether or not they will continue to call for a ceasefire.
but not every Democrat voter, as we've mentioned, turned up to show up and vote for a Democrat ballot for a Democratic candidate. We know Democrat voters have turned out for Nikki Haley, but so far, not enough. Donald Trump and Joe Biden win Virginia in this open primary, and it was the only race on the ballot. No other primaries tonight, just the presidential primary. Joe Biden, Trump come out on top. Back to you.
There you go. Logan Raddick, we appreciate your reporting. By the way, Bianca, we can now at Newsmax project that as the polls close at the top of the 8 p.m. Eastern hour here, that former President Donald Trump has also won. We're projecting Alabama. So we'll get through this, but there are 6 states that the polls close this hour. One of them is Alabama. I'll be checking them throughout the hour, as will you. Look, it's already turning out to be a big night for him.
It sure is. He may not get to 12:15 tonight, but he walked in tonight with 244 versus 43 for Haley there. So with each state ticking by as we're watching the polls close, you can see why Mar-a-Lago is getting more and more excited in that ballroom.
Crowd is building.
Let's bring back our panel now and speak to Luke Ball, who is a CEO of Mason Borough Strategies, a Republican strategist. Welcome in, Luke. And we're great to also have Jim McLaughlin with us, the pollster of McLaughlin and Associates. We're looking live here at Palm Beach, beautiful ballroom. Everything is set up here for what it will be most likely a big victory and a big night for Donald Trump. Jim, I'll start with you because you're our numbers guy. All right, so obviously Alabama is going to be reporting results in a few minutes. Massachusetts, Texas, Oklahoma. If you're Nikki Haley's campaign and they said they're gathering in Charleston, they're saying they're jubilant. Do you see any numbers or anything? Where is that coming from, the jubilation? I mean, the jubilation that, I don't know, because this is what we're looking at here. It doesn't look like it's going her way at all.
Yeah, I think it's more likely they're being delusional as opposed to jubilant. Because, you know, I was doing a lot of polling, not just for the Trump campaign, but also in places like Alabama and Texas. And Donald Trump's numbers are through the ceiling in those places. And look, Donald Trump, his last couple victories, he hasn't even mentioned Nikki Haley on election night. And Nikki Haley, by the way, her campaign has already put out a release that she's not going to speak tonight. And the truth of the matter was, I mean, she's just been diving in front of cameras for the last couple of weeks, trying to convince people that she actually had a shot. So the fact that, you know, she's not going to do anything, she sees the handwriting on the wall. Nobody's really quite sure why she's in right now. This is a presidential race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Let's get it on.
Yeah, and let's get it on. We've got more breaking news, by the way. Before we bring in Luke, I want you to react to this, Luke, as well as Bianca. Newsmax can now project that former President Trump has also won the states of Maine, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. So if you're keeping score at home, he's racked up at least 6 victories so far: North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, Maine, Oklahoma. Luke, he's on a run right now.
He is, and the last time that Donald Trump had a competitive Super Tuesday, it was back in 2019, and when I say competitive, I mean somebody who was legitimately trying to mount a campaign against him, and he won 7 states and only lost 4 states, and those other states went to Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, but tonight he's going to carry all 15 states. He's going to have all of these states, and there's no one that's going to be able to mount a challenge against him in the Republican nomination, and frankly, right now, I would call Super Tuesday Super Bowl for super nerds. But this is like the Kansas City Chiefs going up against the Kansas City middle school team with the Trump versus Nikki Haley matchup. There is absolutely no effort here that is going in to try and determine whether or not someone's going to win or back and forth. It is ultimately decided. Right. And so, as I said previously, I think the big question now is how Nikki Haley takes this loss. Does she look at it and say, I must drop out tonight, or does she try to hold in there for a little bit longer?
I mean, the donors are dropping. She spent $76 million to get here. What I take away, too, from this most recent thing, Maine, remember Shenna Bellows, the Secretary of State there, was among those who tried to kick Trump off the ballot, too. That effectively was shut down yesterday. That's right. With a unanimous decision by our nation's highest court, 9-0, shutting down any 14th Amendment. And Maine voters there, again, you know, going for Donald Trump. You know, before we go to break, Jim, you know, as we look, obviously a lot of excitement in Palm Beach. Tonight is maybe not the number to 12:15, but we're just days away from this. If not tonight, March 12th is when the Trump campaign predicts the nomination. with 223. Worst case, they say, if Haley got a few more, March 19th. So we're right around the corner here.
Yeah, no, it's not a question of if, it's just a question of when. And you know, one of the things, if you're Nikki Haley at this point, because she really is, she's embarrassing herself, and you know, what she's doing is she's antagonizing the Republican voters because they have united. They've united behind Donald Trump. And up to this point, she's only gotten about 6% of the delegates. So there's no path here. Nobody really knows quite why she's staying in the race. And the biggest mistake she's made is she hasn't grabbed onto any real issues that the primary voters care about. And also the fact she's been very negative over the last couple weeks. And I think that's really backfired on her.
Well, I think, too, also her saying, well, I'm not going to back Donald Trump now. That loyalty pledge was just to get on the stage for the debates. And now it's a whole new RNC. And then she had that other comment saying, well, I'm not loyal to anybody. Really showed sort of, you know, kind of a side to her.
Like a politician. Yeah, Maine has already been projected. We called that already. We're watching Vermont very closely. That closed at 7 p.m. Eastern, but it's too close to call at this moment. One of the only areas where Nikki Haley seems to be alive in the state right now. I got 30 seconds, Luke. Arkansas is coming up, coming in hot in about 19 minutes with the polls closing. You've obviously got the endorsement of the governor there, the former White House press secretary, and Sarah Sanders. One would expect that Donald Trump will clean up there as well. Your final thought for now?
Yeah, that's going to be one of Donald Trump's strongest victories of the night, I believe. A couple other races that we're looking at across the country. We were talking about the California Senate race. I want to see who tries to out-progressive one another in that Senate race. You have Adam Schiff, you have Barbara Lee, you have Katie Porter, people who are always trying to out-left one another. That's going to be an interesting race. Over in Alabama as well, you look at Jerry Carl and Barry Moore, people who were double-bunked against one another, sitting members of Congress that are going up against one another. It's going to be interesting how that race turns out as well. But down the line, I think Donald Trump is going to sweep in all of the Republican primaries this evening.
No doubt about it. Luke Ball, Jim McLaughlin will be checking in with you. Appreciate your insight as always. Bianca, I mentioned Vermont very close. It's really the only state where the polls have closed that we haven't called. Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Maine, Oklahoma, Tennessee. Yeah, we've called Oklahoma. 6 states we've now called for former President Donald Trump. In terms of where polls have closed and where they have not called a state is Vermont. I'm looking at the numbers online. Former President Trump has about 5,000 votes to 4,400 by Nikki Haley. That's a 51 to 45% spread with only 18% in. So again, Alabama, one of those states that he's already won. Vermont is something you put your finger on earlier. New England, more independent-minded voters. She was hoping Nikki Haley to win New Hampshire, came up short there. Vermont, again, Donald Trump's in the lead, but it's close. Yeah, a lot of socialists.
Yeah. And so, I mean, if she was looking to kind of, you know, go for those independents. But, you know, she didn't win New Hampshire and, you know, the border, right across the border from Vermont there.
She gave a speech suggesting almost that she did, and that didn't, that irritated the former president.
She sure did. Well, we'll see. Obviously, Alabama also closing, and that had the big IVF issue, which sort of made a lot of headlines as well. Keep it right here. More Super Tuesday election results keep pouring in. We'll be breaking down all of them as they come into us. And former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee will join us. And after this very quick break, we're minutes away from the polls closing in Arkansas. Stay with us right here.
boy, it is a Super Tuesday for former President Donald Trump, already racking up more delegates tonight, and he's won 6 states so far. You see the delegate count right now, and it's going to be growing for him as we start dishing them out. He's carried Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Maine, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. There is only one state where the polls have closed, and that's Vermont. And it's too close to call right now. That's the only state where the polls have closed, and Donald Trump has not won yet, but he is leading Ed Henry with Bianca de la Garza here on N2. It's been a clean sweep so far for the former president.
It has, and we can see why the crowd that is gathering in Palm Beach in a beautiful ballroom is pretty eager and excited to see what comments 45 may make there
And
tonight.
we expect him later tonight as he racks up some more victories. Let's go straight to our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He's inside that ballroom in Palm Beach, Florida. John, what are you seeing?
I am. Well, Ed and Bianca, you never know who you're going to run into. And behind me right here, I don't know if you can see him, is our very own John Bachman, who's here mingling and talking to some of the folks here. There's a lot of Trump advisors, senior advisors. Jason Miller is just over my shoulder here talking to one of the other networks. Chris LaCivita is here. And I'm also scanning the room to look for, and I may have said this earlier, some of Trump's surrogates. As I mentioned previously, yesterday I was here in Mar-a-Lago in what's called the living room, which is the Mar-a-Lago Club. It's basically the dining area. And as I was leaving there for Trump's remarks after the SCOTUS Colorado ballot decision, Vivek Ramaswamy was coming in. So he's really, we've seen Ramaswamy on the campaign trail, and it looks like a cheer is going up as it's being announced Trump won Oklahoma. But we've seen Ramaswamy on the campaign trail at primary events in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, along with other Trump surrogates, Senator Tim Scott, we've seen on the campaign trail as well. So presumably, we're going to see some of the folks coming in as more of the votes start coming in, and we see some of the results. We are expecting, of course, former President Trump to go to victory. That's the anticipation here. It's also a question what he's going to say in his remarks. Ed and Bianca, presumably, he's going to talk about one of the main issues on voters' minds, as we're seeing in some of the exit polls, and as we saw in South Carolina, New Hampshire, Iowa, and that is immigration. He talked about it yesterday here at Mar-a-Lago, and of course, he was on the border last week meeting with Governor Greg Abbott at Shelby Park. Governor Abbott, by the way, once again putting out a message on X endorsing former President Trump. So immigration remains a main issue, and former President Trump is likely to talk about that today, along with the economy, along with inflation, and some of these concerns that are major concerns for voters, guys.
Absolutely. John Huddy covering it all for us. John, by the way, can you tell John Bachman to start up the car? We're expecting him here about 10 p.m. Eastern to give us a break.
I don't know where he went.
All right.
I'm looking for him. Leo Feldman's over here.
He's in the parking lot.
Hey, talking to his sources.
yeah, he better be.
Bachman, get over here. All right, John Huddy, we appreciate you as always.
Get to the parking lot.
That's right. And we are about 9 minutes from the polls closing in Arkansas.
That's right. And in Arkansas, 40 delegates are up for grabs. It's also a state that is an open primary, so voters can choose either party's ballot. And we are pleased to bring in former Arkansas governor, former presidential candidate himself, Governor Mike Huckabee. A pleasure to have you, sir. Thanks for joining us this Super Tuesday.
Well, it's great to be here. As you can see, I voted today.
There you go.
And I was very excited to do so. I think Arkansas is going to be a total blowout for Donald Trump. There's not even any question about that. Does he get 80%? Is it 70? Is it 65? But it's going to be a blowout.
You know, Governor, some of the exit polls, when it comes to Republicans, immigration is a top issue for them, the economy, abortion only 8%. And then you go to Super Tuesday exit polls, the top issues for Democrats, abortion's number one there, then the economy, then education, immigration 9%. Clearly there's a big disconnect, but at some point every state has become a border state, as we've seen. Joe Biden on a lot of these ballots tonight, not only facing uncommitted like he did in Michigan, but none of the above as well, sir. And he has his State of the Union speech. So obviously tonight we'll see. Obviously he'll get delegates, but the overall sense of where this country is going under his watch and where the globe is compared to Donald Trump is quite radically different, and something I don't know if he can actually overcome and sell to the American public, even Democrats anymore.
Yeah, Bianca, I mean, I think the reality is that if you listen to Joe Biden at his speech, the audience gives a golf clap if they give anything, and they cringe the whole way thinking, is this the moment he tumbles over his own lectern? You just don't know. The State of the Union, it's going to be a real stem winder, I'm sure. He'll be out there way past his bedtime. I'm trying not to be so utterly impolite, but I mean, that's just the reality. Yeah. Donald Trump goes in front of 50,000 people, has them eating out of his hand for 2 hours straight. But it's bigger than that. This week, some polls came out that to me gave the most revealing answers I've seen yet. And it wasn't just that they weren't excited about Joe Biden. The answer was, under Joe Biden, he has hurt them. You know, it's one thing to be indifferent about a political figure and to say, well, it really hadn't helped, hadn't hurt. I just don't feel that's anything changed. You can live with that. What you cannot live with is when a political person's policies has basically put his knee on the back of your neck and has your face in the dirt, and somehow you're expected to want to vote for this guy. It's like that scene in Animal House. Thank you, may I have another? No, I don't want another. I don't want any more of this pain. I want something different, and that's what we're seeing with Hispanic voters, younger voters, African-American voters, even suburban women.
No doubt about it. Governor, to that point you're making right now, Newsmax now projecting that the Lieutenant Governor in North Carolina, Mark Robinson, has secured, there you see it, thank you, the GOP nomination for governor in the great state of North Carolina, a black conservative there who's been on the short list potentially for vice president for former President Trump, although he may want to focus on running for governor. And then there's a governor that I got to know well when I was covering the White House, who's in Arkansas, in the State House there, who's a rising star. You were just talking about suburban women, a mom as well. She's doing a pretty good job, sir.
You know, I've heard great things about her. I hope to get to meet her one of these days. I do get to see her from time to time when she's dropping off my grandchildren for me to babysit. I tell people I am her senior advisor. They say, oh, that sounds important. I say, yeah, I'm a senior citizen. I babysit her kids and I advise them it's time to go to bed. But I'm really proud of her. She is doing a terrific job as governor. And Ed, as you know, because you've watched her up close, the really nasty stuff just rolls right off of her. It just doesn't faze her. And she's focused on her job and is doing it well.
And she gave a heck of a Republican response to the presidential State of the Union, as I recall, a couple of years back. Governor, we appreciate you stopping in on N2. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Governor. Great to see you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
All right, let's keep it rolling. We appreciate it. Great patriot there in the former governor. Let's get to another patriot in the great state of Tennessee, where it's already been called for former President Trump. Right. Congressman Tim Burchett joins us now live with Ed and Bianca. Congressman, welcome back to N2, sir.
Great to be with y'all. I just was off the phone just with President Trump, and he was begging me to be his vice president, and I'm kind of trying to hold him off. I think it's still early yet.
You know, I've had you on my show on N2, and I know you like to joke. I'm assuming that you're teasing us, although you are a rising star.
No, I'm teasing you. No, there's no way. I just like it when the president says my name, he doesn't mispronounce it like so many others do. So
absolutely, Tim Burchett. You told me during a commercial break. I think I got it right. Let's get to the business at hand, which is that handily, former President Trump has won all 6 states where the polls have closed. The only one where the polls have closed in Arkansas, again, he'll win. We expect in a few moments when it closes. Vermont closed a couple hour and a half or so ago. And right now, Newsmax is showing, as we speak, Congressman, Nikki Haley for the first time tonight has taken a lead of like 10 votes in Vermont. Up there in New England, that might be your only glimmer of hope in terms of winning a state. We'll watch it, Bianca. But what's your sense tonight? Even if she were to win Vermont by a small margin, she's getting trounced tonight, Congressman. How does she see the light and get out here?
I don't think she does. I'm not sure what the strategy is there. I think it could have something to do with, the brand and all that, and keeping your name out in front for future employment opportunities elsewhere, maybe news, maybe something in the cabinet. I don't know. I think a lot of bridges been burned, but I've seen stranger things happen. But I think what you're really seeing across this country is anger and fear. We've just been told that 300,000 illegals were flown in from Central America into our country. The last 3 years, 10 million have been through here. It costs us $400 billion a year to house, keep, whatever. And then that doesn't even account for the fentanyl or the 100,000 children that are in what hell they've been put through by the cartels. So that we don't even know where they are. So I think this president is just going to stumble over the State of the Union, and the American public is ready to get to the fight. They are ready to elect a new president. And I do not believe 20 million so-called conservatives / evangelical Christians are going to stay home this year because of a bad tweet. I think they realize their arrogance and their stupidity over what that's cost this great country.
Certainly they did not in your state, sir, in Tennessee. 81.2% with the vote counted now to Donald Trump versus Nikki Haley's 16%. You talked a little bit about the State of the Union up ahead. Joe Biden was at Camp David and just got back today, obviously working on the speech. We've seen Kamala Harris a little bit more of the forefront there, talking about the ceasefire. Another issue outside of immigration that is coming to a head here, Joe Biden and the situation in Israel, his appeasing of Iran now has led us to this most dangerous point here, and the strains with Netanyahu right now, and Israel, our biggest ally. Something else that this president has to contend in, which we saw a factor in Michigan with the uncommitted votes, could be a factor tonight as well. Everywhere you look at it, Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, the polls are also showing that they're turning to Trump's favor, sir.
Oh, I would say incredibly so. And also, you got to realize in these battles or so-called wars that are all over our world right now, a lot of them we're on both sides of them. We're at both sides of Gaza, where we funded Iran, we funded Russia, and then we give money to Ukraine. It's just, if you look at what's going on, it is a mixed up world that we did not have under Donald Trump.
No doubt about it.
Sure.
Congressman Tim Burchett, we certainly appreciate your time tonight. It is going to be a big night, it looks like, for former President Trump. The polls closing just at this moment in Arkansas. I'm checking my phone to see if we got anything. Right now, there were no results in from Arkansas. Polls just closed literally about 20 seconds ago, right? Let me check real quick. No, we do not have a call there yet. But I will say the former governor, who's got a daughter who's the current governor, is projecting on his own that it will be a big Trump victory. So we'll watch it.
No reason to think it won't be. That is where things are trending right now. Donald Trump having decisive wins in most of the states that have closed already. But as I just said,
so far.
Arkansas just closed seconds ago, and here we are. We're also going to have much more ahead for you on our coverage. We have our reporters all across the nation. We're also watching out west, California as well. So much more coverage for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back again as we leave you with the beautiful Mar-a-Lago. Could be hearing from 45 on a victorious Super Tuesday.
Good night.
doing our Super Tuesday live coverage for you. A beautiful evening inside the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago.
Beautiful if you're in Palm Beach, not in South Carolina.
Exactly, where Charleston, Nikki Haley is. But we can report right now we are calling the race at Newsmax in Arkansas for Donald J. Trump. So he is racking up the delegates tonight. Super Tuesday, 874 were on the line. He came in at today with 244. So state by state.
So that means 7 victories for the former president already among the states where the polls have closed.
That's right.
There's 2 states where the polls have closed and he has not been declared the winner yet. Vermont is one where Nikki Haley's had a small lead up there in New England. It's too close to call right now. Texas is interesting because it hasn't been called yet because only 17% is in. But among that 17%, Bianca, Donald Trump has a lead of 73% to 21% in the great state of Texas. So it's not called yet, but he's got a big, big early lead.
Almost a foregone conclusion. 161 delegates up for grabs in Texas. And the other state, obviously, that we're looking at out west, it will be a late night in California there as well as.
Top of the next hour, by the way, Colorado and Minnesota in the Midwest to the west from Minnesota to Colorado. So a couple more states coming at the top of the hour.
That's right. And Colorado obviously had the ballot issue where he was cleared to be on the ballot by Supreme Court. Speaking of California, though, our correspondent Addison Smith has been tracking things in San Diego, speaking to voters. He's at one of the watch parties there this evening where the excitement is certainly building. Addison, welcome in and great to see you.
Yeah, Ed and Bianca, it's great to be here. The polls close in just a couple more hours. The last one's closed at 8 p.m. local time. That's 11 o'clock Eastern. And I'm here actually with Paula Witzel, the chairwoman of the Republican Party of San Diego. We're in downtown San Diego at a downtown hotel watch party for the Republican Party of San Diego. Paula, I want to talk about Steve Garvey in just a moment because that's a race really to look out for that not a lot of people outside of California have heard about. But first, let's talk about the elephant in the room, former President Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, presidential primary. How are you feeling about President Trump tonight? He's already got 4 wins under his belt. California might add to that.
Well, back in 2016, California went totally for President Trump and also in 2020. And I expect that to be the same here tonight. And California now has a rule that a candidate gets 50% plus 1. It's winner take all. So he'll get all 169 delegates. Just so you know, California has the largest number of Republicans that voted for Donald Trump in the whole country. So this is an important race for Donald Trump, and he'll take home a large number of delegates.
Yeah, and polling at 83% support in that recent morning consult poll. So, again, probably another sweeping victory for him in the Golden State. Steve Garvey, however, could come out of left field, which is a poetic term, former L.A. Dodgers baseball legend, challenging Adam Schiff in the United States Senate. How important is that race? And what are Garvey's chances? I know in a L.A. Times poll, it was a statistical tie that just came out. But a Republican hasn't won a Senate race in California since 1988. So how are you feeling about Steve Garvey?
I'm feeling very optimistic because you have the Democrats splitting the vote. So that actually gives a leg up to Steve Garvey. There's 2 votes, one for the partial term, the remaining term, and then for the full term. And so I think he really has a good shot. There's a lot of name recognition behind Steve Garvey. His career high was here in California, so everyone knows him. And he's a person that everybody sees as being somewhat moderate, so that he would be palatable for people on the Republican side as well as in the middle. So I think he has a definite shot, and the polls are telling that.
Well, Paula, thank you so much for your time. And guys, before I send it back to you, I just want to mention that here in California, there are 7 House seats being challenged for the U.S. House of Representatives. Democrats only need a net gain of 4 to flip the House and gain majority control. So that's one shakeup that we're going to be looking out for tonight here in the Golden State. Democrats on the hunt for the U.S. House of Representatives. Back to you, Ed and Bianca.
Appreciate it.
169 delegates up for grabs. Thank you so much, Addison. Just looking at some of the endorsements Trump has, Larry Elder in California, Darrell Issa, Congressman, and also Antonio Sabato Jr. Of course, it's California there. John Voight.
There you go.
Caitlyn Jenner also endorsing Trump. Haley, none.
She struggled with the endorsements, even in her home state of South Carolina. I want to update everyone on Vermont. It's been interesting. About a moment ago, Donald Trump took the lead right there, and he was literally winning by 1 vote. Now it's been updated, and there it is. That's the 1 vote. It's now been updated since we made that graphic, and he's winning by about 40, 50 votes. But the point is, it's 48-48. That's the only shot of winning a state at this hour anyway for Nikki Haley. It's a dead heat right now in Vermont. But even if she were to win Vermont, that ain't much of a platform to run on. I won Vermont by a half a point.
It's not a Republican stronghold. It's Bernie Sanders' land. It's socialist. And, you know, everyone's been saying that her Democratic donors, there you go. They are sort of the never Trumpers up in Vermont. And if she does win, coupled with the D.C. win, Ed, it's just not going to be enough.
Right. She wins the swamp and maybe wins Bernie Sanders' land. I'm not sure that will work. Let's bring in our friend, the former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins. And Congressman, it's been a relatively clean sweep so far. 7 states that Newsmax has called on Super Tuesday so far. Among those that have closed, Texas is closed, but we haven't called it yet, but a big lead for Mr. Trump. And as you hear, dead heat in Vermont, but not a leg to stand on if you win Vermont by a small margin. That's not exactly going to win you a lot of favor in the GOP, I suspect. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think it's what we expected tonight. And Donald Trump and Joe Biden going to be taking both the primaries here. Donald Trump is winning. This is not a story. I mean, it's a story to make because we're reporting on it. But, you know, Vermont is a section that it looks like Donald Trump will win it, even if he wins in a smaller margin. But the whole set here is that Donald Trump is the presumptive Republican nominee. He'll finish it out by probably next week here in Georgia and other places. So this is really a match to see what is going to happen between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. But again, more importantly to me is looking down ballot. What would that look like if Donald Trump wins in November, which I think he will? What will the House and the Senate look like? And there's a lot of races down ballot tonight that are really interesting, you know, going forward to see where the Republican Party, especially, and so even some of the Democratic races, to see where they're going to be in November as well.
You know, one of the big issues for folks is immigration, and we saw Donald Trump and Joe Biden with the dueling border visits, and right there it also spelled it out very clearly. He's hiding. He's going to Brownsville. Donald Trump's there front and center with Abbott. Border Patrol called out Biden directly on his handling, and we know that Colorado is closing at 9 o'clock. They're slashing budgets to pay for the migrants in Colorado, not even a border state, Doug. I mean, it can't be worse when you look at sort of the record of Joe Biden, which has taken our country this way in a short time. And we're looking at Donald Trump. The stage is set for, you know, his comments this evening and his record that he can tout.
Right. This is the first incumbent upon incumbent election that we've had in the United States in over 100 years. And it's going to be also the longest general election that we've had in probably similarly the same time. So there's going to be a lot of issues, and it's going to be a chance for, you know, Republicans and Democrats, but Donald Trump in particular, to say, here's my 4 years. Here's what I did. Here's what the economy did. Here's what taxes did. Here's what job growth did. Here's how we stopped the border. Here's how we made it safer and how we had a better standing in the worldview. And then Joe Biden will have to say, well, here's what we did, and people are seeing it right now. That's why his numbers are suffering so much as we go forward. But again, this is something I want Republicans to get through their head, conservatives to get through their head, that we've got to come together now for November. We've got to get ready for a fight that will be a fight all the way to the end. I don't care how bad Joe Biden's numbers are. Donald Trump has the better plan and the better atmosphere, but we've also got a country in which is very divided and split, and we've got to make sure that the message is out there.
Well, and you're giving a clear message, Congressman, when you lay out those 2 records that Bianca teed up, which is it goes back to the simple line from Ronald Reagan against Jimmy Carter. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Seems like an easy question to answer, sir.
It would be, but again, you got people who are voting for Joe Biden today. There was a gentleman that shown in one of the clips earlier. He said, I voted for Joe Biden. I never vote for Donald Trump. Okay, well, this is a guy who wants to continue the same path. But there are a lot of other voters out there who are just tired of where they are, and we as conservatives and Donald Trump, his message tones in to that remark toward the end of November, toward the beginning of November, is making sure that people see the difference. And then I'm going to bring out a third point. And I think the third point is this: is that closer to that election, people have got to realize that this is a Biden-Harris ticket. We don't know who Donald Trump's going to pick for his vice president yet, But with Biden the way he is, there's going to be a renewed interest on that vice president slot, especially Vice President Harris, who has shown a complete ineptitude at doing her job. The only person that makes her look worse at doing their job is the president himself.
Right, holding the ice cream, talking about a ceasefire, the comments about Gaza that she made here, and the other thing you talked about, this is going to be a fight. Let's unify. Donald Trump said let's unify yesterday, speaking at Mar-a-Lago after SCOTUS 9-0. Message hasn't gone to Nikki Haley, and tonight it appears that she's in Charleston with supporters, but may not come out publicly. If she is just hiding behind while this is all falling around her, Doug. I don't want to say cowardice, but how do you play it? Because she's pushed it and pushed it, and then tonight there's no speech here. It's just sort of behind closed doors when, it's almost a foregone conclusion. Numerically, she cannot make it up.
Right. This may be the final, episode, and she wanted to go out without having to sort of be seen as giving the final concession speech, and she'll do that at a time of her own choosing. Soon. But there is a real strong possibility she continues on. The donor base that she has, Democrats and Independents, are keeping her there. But let's just remember, this has been over since Iowa. Let's just be fair. We gave it to New Hampshire because there was an open primary, and it just didn't work. This has been over for a while, and now she's become, frankly, a Democrat talking point that'll be used against Donald Trump and the Senate candidates and governor's candidates in the fall. Out of her own mouth, out of her own words, attacking the top of the ticket on the Republican side. So this is just really, sad as we go forward here.
Congressman Doug Collins, appreciate your insights tonight. A lot of victories so far racked up by former President Donald Trump. 7 states, the only 2 where polls have closed, where we haven't called it, Texas and Vermont. In the case of Texas, Bianca, right now, Donald Trump's up by 53 points in Texas. Still a lot of votes outstanding, so we won't call it just yet. In Vermont, he's taken a small lead, like basically 49-47. So that's too close to call, but Donald Trump in the lead, even in the states that we haven't called.
Yeah, and there's a lot of states that haven't closed yet. Of course, California, one of them. We're watching also Colorado, so stay with us. We're going to take a very quick break. Ed and I will be back in just a moment. Our Super Tuesday coverage continues here on N2, and we're glad you're with us.
I love it.
Glad to have you, everybody. Super Tuesday and a super night for Donald Trump is setting up. I'm Bianca Garza.
Ed Henry here as well. 161 delegates up for grabs in the Texas primary. And I've got to tell you, big lead right now for the former president there.
Everything's bigger in Texas. And for Donald Trump, it certainly is right now with what's being reported. He stands at 74.1%. Not a huge surprise there. But again, 161 delegates. So a big chunk there. We want to take you out to our own Mike Carter, who has been in Austin for us, reporting live there. Well, it is always a lively city. Tonight, maybe a little bit more buzzy with what's happening for Donald Trump supporters there, Mike.
Yeah, buzz is the right word, Bianca. Right now, it looks like Donald Trump's going to cruise to a more than 50-point victory here in Texas, with about 43% of the vote in right now. Donald Trump leading Nikki Haley by more than 536,000 votes. Again, that's with about 43% of the vote in. This looks like a monumental win for Donald Trump. It's something we expected coming into Super Tuesday. A lot of polls had Donald Trump anywhere up by 50 to 70 points, but this really could possibly put the nail in the coffin for Nikki Haley tonight. Again, as you guys mentioned, the delegate count. Let's show that. Today in Texas, it's one of the biggest electoral prizes on Super Tuesday. 150 delegates will be up for grabs today. Those delegates look like they're all going to Donald Trump right now. State officials will assign another 11 delegates at the statewide convention in May. Only Texas and California have Senate primaries today. And keep in mind, Republicans, they still need to pick up 1 or 2 seats in the fall, depending on what happens with the White House, in order to win a majority in the Senate. The race to earn a one-on-one matchup with Senator Ted Cruz, who's also on the ballot today, will be between the Democrat matchup. Essentially, it's come down to 2 contenders. Representative Colin Allred, a former NFL linebacker from North Dallas, he looks right now like he's going to win. He's up 150,000 votes with 30% reporting. And Texas Senator Roland Gutierrez from San Antonio, his closest competitor. Keep in mind, though, guys, no Democrat has won a statewide election here in Texas in decades. Well, speaking of Texas senators, Texas's senior Republican, Senator John Cornyn, well, has continued to make a play for the Republican leadership in the wake of Mitch McConnell's announcement last week that he'll be stepping down. And you know, Texas is an open primary. Any registered voter may vote and participate in either the Democrat or Republican primary today. And we learned today that Shark Tank star and minorities Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, he's admitted to voting for Nikki Haley in the Republican primary here in Texas, but says he will be backing Joe Biden in the general election against Donald Trump, if that ends up happening. Right now, it very much looks like it will. Big win for Donald Trump tonight is what it's looking like. Most of the polls will be closing. All of the polls will be closed by 8 o'clock Central Time. Back to you guys.
Mike Carter, we hear the live music there behind him in Austin. The delegates are rolling in right now for the former president.
Thanks, Mike.
You can see with all of these states that have been called 7 already. He's sweeping the South. If he were to get Texas, it'd be up to 8. That's a little bit outdated, that number, because now these new states are coming in. So let's bring in our panel. Tudor Dixon from the great state of Michigan, our friend John Elliott as well, who served as a national security advisor to the former president. Welcome to you both. And Tudor, let's start ladies first. The updated number I have, Donald Trump went into tonight with just over 200 delegates. He's racking up victories. He's now up to 468 pledged delegates to 43 for Nikki Haley. It's shaping up, Tudor, to be a big night for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected. We expected Donald Trump to win big. He's going to win bigger than I think anybody could have imagined. But still, I think that one thing we've learned in the last few months is that Donald Trump is America's guilty pleasure. As more people come out and say, you know what, I love him, more people come out and say, I love him too. So that's what we're going to see tonight. And I think he's going to be a very happy man at the end of it.
Well, yes, and I think Joe Biden has a lot of issues, as we saw in your home state of Michigan with the uncommitted voters. John, I want to call into something that our Mike Carter was just reporting in Texas, where I have a lot of family in the Dallas area, hardcore, Trump folks. He said Mark Cuban voted for Nikki Haley, will vote for Biden in the general if he gets the opportunity, and I think that's really a distinction here, that the Democrats are no longer the party of the everyman, the auto workers, and, with the economy being the way it is. And the kind of, elitists that are backing Joe Biden, be it the Hollywood elite where he goes and picks up his checks, and folks like Mark Cuban. Then you have Donald Trump, who really connects with hid the everyman, as Tudor says, the guilty pleasure, be it whatnot, but this economy that people are struggling in, it's amazing to see sort of this blue collar, almost harkens back to the Ronald Reagan Republican era, John.
That's absolutely right, Bianca. What we have here is that I served on the campaign with President Trump, at that time, Mr. Trump, in the 2016 race, and it was pretty contentious for him to actually win the nomination. I think you remember Ted Cruz of Texas was on the floor of the convention in Cleveland in 2016 saying that to have the delegates released to, quote, vote their conscience, unquote. So there was, the RNC was not really backing President Trump. When I ran comms for Trump at the convention in Cleveland, the RNC team was not working well. It was only right after the convention that President Trump was able to get the RNC sort of grudgingly behind him. So you're absolutely right, Bianca. What President Trump did in that campaign was, just imagine 4 years prior, you had Romney as the nominee, and then you had McCain before that. And so that back at that time, it was a Wall Street, it was a country club Republican. And what President Trump did by force of personality is he picked up a party that was dying, that had lost under Romney, lost under McCain, and he shifted it over and picked up all of these disaffected voters, a lot of veterans and others, and really people who were tired of what's happening in the country. And so he essentially reshaped the party. And so that you're now seeing that across the board in all these states. And that's why he has this MAGA movement that people just really do want to make the country great again.
No doubt. Tudor, I've got just a minute. What about party unity? Nikki Haley backpedaling a bit in recent days about that GOP unity pledge that she signed to get into the debates. Do you think that after tonight, if he really trounces her, as it is appearing he's going to do, that these two can come together, or does it not matter at this point?
I think politics is politics. You can always come together. I mean, we look at 2016 and some of the opponents then are now good friends and supporters of Donald Trump now. So I think anyone can come together. It's just a matter of when does Nikki Haley's funding run out, and then she will step out of the race.
And when does she step out tonight? Because as of right now, all we've heard that she is watching results from Charleston, but there was nothing on her public schedule. So we're kind of watching and waiting. Obviously, we have a little ways to go this evening and a long evening ahead, but will she make any public comments?
We shall see. John Elliott and Tudor Dixon, we appreciate your insights tonight. Thanks for joining Newsmax 2.
Thanks, guys.
We're coming up on a brand new hour. Thank you. Here, it'll be almost 9 p.m. in the East, where polls will close in 2 more states, Colorado and Minnesota.
And we know Colorado, of course, the ballot issue, Trump was on it. Thank you, 9-0 SCOTUS, 37 delegates there. Minnesota also closing, as Ed just said, just in a few minutes now. Of course, we have coverage for you right here on N2.
Vote for America 2024. Super Tuesday.
That's right. Super Tuesday indeed, especially if you're in Palm Beach, Florida tonight. The Mar-a-Lago Club right there. The crowd is packed. The media is all ready for comments tonight from former President Donald Trump. He's swept already at least 7 states. It's 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Polls in Colorado and Minnesota just closed. We'll be checking in on everything right there. I'm Ed Henry alongside Bianca de la Garza.
It's so great to have you all with us tonight. A historic night setting up. Obviously, we're watching Donald Trump and his comments this evening. We're watching reaction coming in from all of the watch parties throughout the entire nation. Colorado obviously closing now. A historic decision by our Supreme Court yesterday allowed Trump's name to be on the ballot there. And
I'm watching the
much
numbers.
to the disappointment of Jenna Griswold there.
Yeah, the Secretary of State, she was practically in tears yesterday as that decision came down. 37 delegates, as you can see. Our team doing a great job putting all that together. I'm watching the results that are pouring in state after state on Super Tuesday. Biggest night between now and November in terms of states up for grabs. No results trickling in just yet from Colorado. We'll stay on top of this, obviously, though. Just to recap, Donald Trump, if you're just joining us, has swept the South. Has swept, pretty much run the table so far. Virginia, North Carolina early in the night, Bianca, Alabama, Maine, Oklahoma, Tennessee. In Texas, the polls are closed. but we haven't called it yet because there's a lot of votes outstanding, but Donald Trump has a lead of over 50 points. Arkansas called in his favor. Vermont up for grabs. It's been very close, but he's now taken a 2-point lead there. So we're watching all these key states.
I know. And if you have the calculator out, you're going, okay, where are we at? You need 12-15 to secure the nomination. Donald Trump, even if he wins every delegate tonight, wouldn't be mathematically possible, but he's very close, folks, and it will look
He's about a third of the way there now.
For Nikki Haley, yes. And the campaign says if not tonight, obviously this is just the countdown. Very exciting. And obviously, as we said, Colorado just closing moments ago. Our John Glasgow has been talking to voters there. And, you know, it was a big win yesterday, the Supreme Court, and a big win for America, John. You know, people were saying that, you know, to take Trump off the ballot was actually the threat to democracy that the left and the Democrats have said he was. In effect, the voters got their say where you are today, and that's a good thing.
Welcome.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We did get a chance to talk to the Secretary of State, Janet Griswold, today, and she had a message of that this is about preserving democracy, and she was going to abide by the Supreme Court's ruling, which happened yesterday, and overturned that decision that came out of the Supreme Court here in Colorado that was to remove Trump from the ballot. But now he is back on the ballot, and a lot of the ballots were sent out back in February. In fact, mail-in ballots is a pretty big thing here in Colorado. In fact, a lot of them had been either dropped off ahead of time or they had been sent in. And people also had a chance to vote in person today as well, which is behind me. And based on what we've been seeing over the last few hours, it's been pretty slow by other elections in previous years. So a lot of this might have been done ahead of time, that people had already cast their ballot ahead of the Supreme Court ruling or ahead of Super Tuesday. We're just waiting for the results to come in now. Around 7 o'clock, they said they would post those results. I spoke with some of the election officials over at the Denver election headquarters, where they gave me some insight as to how the ballots are counted and what the process is. We also had a chance to talk to some of the voters here in Denver. Here's what they had to say. Watch.
You know, the immigration thing is out of control, and I think once he gets in the first day, he'll put a stop to all that. And that's one of our biggest issues, I think, really, is all of that. And the reason, I don't know, you can call it conspiracy, whatever, but I think Biden just didn't give a darn.
One of the main issues is to not have to see a particular candidate on the news for the next 4 years plus, which would be great. So, you know, that's a huge motivation right there.
So that was just some of the voters that we talked to here today. But I do want to go back to Secretary of State Griswold, who did address the media. And we asked if it was undemocratic from the case here to Colorado, that it had to be relied upon states as and the courts as well, and elected officials that push this case. Listen here.
To be very clear to Newsmax, no elected official made any decision in this case. This case was filed by 6 Republican and unaffiliated voters in state court here in Colorado. The initial court had a 5-day hearing, including witnesses and evidence presented. It then went to the entire Colorado Supreme Court and then to the United States Supreme Court. So yes, I do believe the trial was fair, and the determination is what the determination is, which was issued by the United States Supreme Court yesterday.
I like how she punctuated. To be clear to Newsmax,
Yeah.
almost as if she was doing a favor to answer a question. She seems lovely, doesn't she, Ed?
Not so much, and I can catch the sarcasm. You're absolutely right, because we've seen these Democrat far-left officials from Colorado to Maine try, and as you said, they preach about threats to democracy, and then what do? They actually literally threaten democracy, and it was great that the Supreme Court said, wait a second, this is not constitutional.
No.
Individual states cannot dictate to other states, number one, and cannot take someone, if you're in a state, you can't take someone off a federal ballot, period.
You know what I think is even more damaging as a Secretary of State, and a comment she made, I believe, on CNN after the SCOTUS decision, where she said we should have a right to take an insurrectionist off the ballot here. So she continued on.
Something he's never been charged with.
Never been charged with. I mean, mean, you can't say it's defamation because you're, a public figure. But I mean, I said you almost need to send her a cease and desist letter because she's, saying, she keeps calling him an insurrectionist even after. It's just.
Live look, by the way, at Mar-a-Lago, the former president's club. It's in Palm Beach, Florida. You see the flags set, the podium set, and the people have been lined up for quite some time. There's a big crowd there waiting to hear him speak. In the meantime, a lot more at stake. We're just the top of the hour, about 7 minutes ago now, Colorado and Minnesota closed, as you heard. California still waiting to close just over an hour and 50 minutes or so from now. Let's check in California, where we find our correspondent Addison Smith in San Diego, where he's watching not just the presidential battle, but some key House races as well. Addison, welcome back. Good evening.
Yeah, Ed, Bianca, great to be back. Let's talk about the expected former President Donald Trump likely to sweep the state here in California tonight. 169 delegates up for grabs. Of course, this is the race to 1215. President Trump already almost at 250 delegates to Nikki Haley's 43. He's coming off 4 wins. Maybe California will be the 5th win. But you mentioned the congressional races. Those are something that I want to get to in a minute. But first, we spoke to voters today at a poll in downtown San Diego. We didn't find any Nikki Haley voters there. President Trump polling very high here in the state. Here's the voters that we talked to who they said they voted for and why. Take a listen.
Joe Biden. I don't really care who my president is as long as it's not Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. What's happening at the border, you don't have to be an expert to understand that. Donald Trump stopped it one time before. Joe Biden turned around and opened him right back up.
I'm scared silly about the border problem.
I did not vote for president. Joe Biden's not doing what I elected him to do.
You didn't want to vote for Trump. You didn't want to vote for Biden. A lot of people in your situation have thrown their support behind Nikki Haley. Why did you ultimately choose not to vote for her?
No, that's not even an option. Sorry for me. No.
So again, we didn't encounter any Haley supporters at that polling location that we were at today. This comes as Haley does not have any public events scheduled for tonight. No events scheduled on her website. People predicting maybe tonight she could be calling it quits. That remains to be seen. Now back to the congressional races here in California. A major shakeup, potential shakeup, as Democrats could flip the House by netting 4 seats. And in the Golden State alone, they're competing for 7. In the 45th district, for example, House incumbent Michelle Steele faces 2 Democrat challengers, or Republican David Valadao in District 22, which faces a divided GOP vote due to a fellow Republican challenging him there. And on the Senate side, former LA Dodgers all-star Steve Garvey is surging in California's Senate race despite not airing a single TV ad. Now, guys, it will be major if Garvey is able to beat Adam Schiff, who's also running for the Senate. Garvey's running against him. If he's able to win, he will be the first Republican senator to win in California since 1988. We just spoke with the Republican County of San Diego's chairwoman, Paula Witzel. He might be here tonight in downtown San Diego at this GOP watch party. Hopefully we'll get a chance to speak with him and see if he's a part of history tonight. He's in a statistical tie with Adam Schiff in the latest polling. We'll see if he's able to pull it out, guys.
Could happen.
Very interesting. I'm just checking because results are coming in. Addison out there in California, polls close 11 p.m. Eastern. Bianca, we have another call to make. Newsmax now projecting that in the great state of Texas, former President Donald Trump has now been declared the winner as well. He's up right now 73.3% over Nikki Haley at 21.7%. So this is, I think, about 8 states that he's already carried tonight. Vermont, he's leading, but we haven't called it yet. Colorado and Minnesota, polls have just closed a few moments ago. Top of the next hour, by the way, Utah will close.
There you go. And right now, the delegate tracker for Donald Trump, as we look at every state and the polls closing here, he stands at collecting 468. It's 12:15 to win the nomination. So he is getting ever so close as the minutes go on here.
Incredible. Actually, there we go. We're calling Colorado now, 58-38. So that's yet another state. I'm trying to take a look at Minnesota as well, where it's just closed to see
at 9 o'clock.
If we have anything, right? Let me check that before we hit a break. It looks like there's really nothing that's come into Newsmax just yet in terms of vote tallies in Minnesota. So we'll watch that. But Colorado, so that's Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Maine, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas, Colorado. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.
And
9
one
16.
outstanding, and that is Vermont,
That's right.
which potentially
Where
could
he's
go
in
to
the
Nikki
lead.
Haley yet.
Yeah,
but we don't know.
Haley could win. It's too close to call, but Donald Trump is winning right now. So it's remarkable. 9 states already carried by the former president. Stay with us. A lot more Super Tuesday coverage straight ahead, right here on Newsmax 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll go live to Mar-a-Lago as soon as the former president declares victory.
inside the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, Palm Beach, Florida. Donald Trump expected to give remarks tonight after sweeping many states here on Super Tuesday.
9 so far.
9 so far. We're waiting for Vermont, which closed a while ago, to be called for Donald Trump. Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca Garza alongside Ed Henry. Great to have you here with us. A historic evening. And, you know, we also want to bring in our panelists, host of Saturday Agenda, our senior political contributor, Rob Astorino, and also trial attorney Barack Lurie for some analysis as we await Donald Trump to come out and speak. Maybe not Nikki Haley, believe it or not. She's in Charleston watching the results. And
might be in hiding.
You would think she'd be crying somewhere, you know, but so far she's always come out and said she's doing great. Colorado just closed a short time ago. Donald Trump, 60%. Barack, you know, he was allowed on the ballot as of yesterday. I mean, this is how close and how historic, how down to the wire it was. And we watched the Supreme Court decision. We also heard, as you've been watching our coverage, our John Glasgow doing a fantastic job out there, went to a news conference where the Secretary of State, Jenna Griswold, so bitter, kind of gave a nasty answer to him. And she, you know, she continues to call Donald Trump an insurrectionist when asked about this after the SCOTUS, as we've talked about. Why can't they let it go? The Supreme Court's decided. We now have him winning. We have him taking Texas here, as you just saw those results. Barack, it's so damaging and legally somewhat offensive to have her continuing to call him an insurrectionist, the leading GOP candidate never charged with insurrection.
Well, look, this is no different than so many of the other accusations that they've leveled against Trump, including the Russian collusion. They still think that the collusion happened. They still think that Trump declared that they're good people on both sides. They still declared that he's now an insurrectionist. So, you know, why stop now? I mean, the point is that, you know, as Dennis Prager says, being a liberal means never having to say you're sorry. They will continue on and on with this refrain, no matter what happens. They could have a full-on trial, 12 jurors acquit Trump and say that this was an absurd case to begin off with after being paneled about it, and they'll still say that there was an insurrection. So it's no surprise to me that these are sour grapes from this woman who thought that she was going to have her great moment in the sun, and it turned out it just all backfired on her. So that's the reason why.
And not just her, Illinois, Maine, all those other states who tried to pull the same old stunt there.
Absolutely. Looking forward, Rob, you look at the numbers closely for us. What are your thoughts? It's really been Donald Trump coasting. I mean, he's not just winning in a state like Texas. He's dominating by over 50 points. The only states outstanding where the polls have closed, Massachusetts, Minnesota, and Vermont. In the case of Vermont, Trump in the lead, only by a couple of points. It's New England, more independent-minded, even some socialists, dare I say, like Bernie Sanders. But it's been a very clear-cut, dominating performance by Donald Trump so far. What are you seeing, Rob?
Yeah, no question. And don't forget Ben and Jerry, those socialists in Vermont, too. And
Biden likes his ice
cream. That's I do like their ice cream, but I won't eat it anymore. But, you know, other than like Burlington and Montpelier, that's it, really. He dominated the rest of the state. And he did very well in Massachusetts, Donald Trump did, where you think, you know, they'd be a little more moderate or liberal. He coasted there. He did obviously well in New Hampshire. He did very well in Maine. So he put it to the test. He did very, very well, other than this one particular state where he will likely win, I think, Vermont. But what is she going to come out and say? You know what? We did well enough in Vermont and we won D.C. On to next week, now on to next Tuesday. I mean, I hope she's writing her script right now, bowing out gracefully. She gave it a good fight. Nobody can take that away from her. But at some point, and that point is now, it's time to leave.
Yeah, there were no more ad spends after Super Tuesday for her campaign. We know the donors have been dropping off. On the flip side, too, Barack, I noticed your Israel shirt here, and we could spend a moment talking about what an issue is on Joe Biden's plate, talking about preparing a script, State of the Union this week. And Joe Biden not only faces criticism from, you've got the radical left who's saying he's not doing enough for Gaza. And, you know, here he is going to try to sell the nation, I guess, still on Bidenomics. And people are looking at, you know, the stage here in Donald Trump and what the country was like not that long ago.
Yeah, look, I mean, the fact is that Biden has created a pickle for himself, both in the terms of the far left and also in terms of the moderate Republicans that he might otherwise be able to garner. He's taxed so far to the left that it's impossible for him to win, even in the moderate base of the Democrats at this point. He's really looking at down a barrel in November, and it's not good. All the surveys, of course, show that. Regarding Gaza, that's the most interesting one to me, because here he is trying to play both sides of an issue. On the one hand, they definitely need Jewish support, and they need the evangelical Christian support, but they can't seem to get it if they're going against Israel. And likewise with the Muslim population and the Arab population, particularly in Michigan, if they don't garner that vote, if they lose the 100,000 that were uncommitted in Michigan recently, I think they've got some really big problems. But this is a problem of their own making. Had they stuck by Israel really strongly, they wouldn't have had to worry about this.
Just like the border and immigration as well.
And they're trying to play catch up at the White House. Rob, we only got 30 seconds. It's also a mathematical game beyond the states. The delegates, of course, the latest count at Newsmax, 468 delegates won and counting. You still got California with a lot of delegates, places like that where Donald Trump can clean up. He's leading right now, 468 to 43. Your last thought?
Yeah, and he's going to clean up, obviously, in Colorado. He's going to clean up in California and Alaska, and he'll sweep most of it tonight. And he'll get close, not there. That'll happen next Tuesday. But again, if you're Nikki Haley, what's the point? There is no more money. There is no path. Get out.
Can't wait to see the stage tonight, who he brings up. Obviously, it's a who's who inside that ballroom right now, not just supporters. Right. We can only imagine family members there as well.
Yeah, getting closer to
all gather.
And clinching this thing.
Yeah.
Rob Astorino, Barack Lurie, we certainly appreciate your analysis tonight. Thank you.
We do. Thank you, gentlemen.
You saw some of the Trumpettes there in the front row. They're ladies who like to dress up in got the American flag shirts tonight.
It's beautiful.
In the front row.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big night there at Mar-a-Lago. Stay with us. More Super Tuesday coverage ahead. Utah is the next state to fall. That'll be at the top of the next hour, where the polls will close there. California quickly after that. Stay with us. More coverage right after this. Welcome back to our Super Tuesday coverage right here on Newsmax 2. A big night for former President Donald Trump, and it's gotten bigger, Bianca. Double digits in terms of victories now. We at Newsmax, that's Colorado, it's been called already, racking up a lot. But the 10th is Massachusetts, which we've just called. He won there by 34 points. Oklahoma was earlier, Tennessee. So right down the line, starting with where we began, Virginia was one of the first states to close at 7 p.m. Eastern. He's won Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Maine, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, now Massachusetts, Arkansas, and Colorado. Minnesota, there's only 1% reporting, so obviously way too early there, but the polls have closed. Vermont has been too close to call, but a small Trump lead. So he's in double digits now. He's won 10 states.
Yeah, it's an amazing, as we watch the polls close, and we've been getting a lot of reaction. A friend of mine in Texas, and again, he did win pretty handedly there, 74.4%. Nikki Haley got 20.6%. Told me it took an hour to vote today, but the Republican line there, so long. The Democratic line had 2 or 3 people. And this friend of mine had to go to work. So she says, other Republicans let me skip the line so I could get my vote in and then go to work. But that's kind of how they are in Texas. Such great manners there.
There you go.
Texas going, yeah, big time for Donald Trump.
There, some color as well that fills it out about what's happening on the Republican and Democrat side. Let's bring in former Trump campaign aide Rick Gates. And Rick, welcome into N2's coverage. And it's not just about the victories, it's about the color that Bianca's talking about, the enthusiasm that Republicans have, long lines. And I'm trying to reconcile the fact from 2016 to 2020, as you know, Donald Trump got more votes as an incumbent where people might have been depressed. He got more votes than he did the previous time. And now this time as an incumbent, Joe Biden's struggling. Yeah, he's winning states, he's winning delegates, but there's no enthusiasm, it seems, among the liberal base. And in fact, we've had some people here on Newsmax, some clipped interviews where our correspondents fanned out across the country, Rick, are getting Democrats to say, well, I voted in the local races, but I left the presidency open because I'm disappointed, one woman said, by Biden and what he's failed at. Rick, your thoughts tonight?
Yeah, and Bianca, it's great to be with you. If you're a Democrat, you're worried tonight because this is what we've talked about, is that intensity of the Trump vote. And this is something that's even impacted Nikki Haley. When you look at her votes, they're not as enthusiastic about voting her as they are for Donald Trump. And that's going to matter when it comes to the general election. This is where getting out the vote, you can talk about all the polls in the world that you want, but it doesn't count until you actually get that vote out. And having that intensity is such an advantage. You know, we worked on it in 2016. We didn't have it as strong as we do today. But I think that if that intensity remains in place and Trump can pull in some of those moderates, I think he's well on his way to winning the general as well.
And where we are today, and let's actually be specific, where we are tonight is historic. Ed mentioned he was in that ballroom when Trump announced he would be running again. And here we are several months later, 4 indictments later, in overturning from the Supreme Court yesterday to get him on the ballot in the nick of time in Colorado, Rick. What he has been able to continue to soldier on through, and I say that because he's not just campaigning and winning, as we see here, very easily and abundantly. He's facing this 2-tier justice system as we watch Joe Biden and, you know, the influence peddling investigation continues to mount, but all eyes have been focused on Donald Trump and, as Letitia James campaigned on, getting Donald Trump. Yet here we are tonight. What a moment, not just for Trump, but I think also for the folks in the conservative movement looking for the future of this country and our nation.
Well, when you look at the voters, and the voters see what's going on, they see the 2 tiers system of justice, they see what's happening on the border, they see what's happening with the economy. So that factors into all this. And you look at the way that they're perceiving it, you know, even moderates and independents, one of the things that I've been watching for is, you know, within a lot of these state primaries is where that vote is going, where are those moderates and independents leaning. And surprisingly, you know, there are a lot more that are supporting Donald Trump this time around. And as long as he can hold on to that, then he's going to do very well in the general, and that is indicative of their repudiation of the Biden agenda. And I think that's exactly what you're seeing. And look, this is what happened with Hillary Clinton in 2016. There was a lack of enthusiasm, a lack of intensity. And so it wasn't that, you know, people voted against Donald Trump, they just didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. And so you're going to see a lot of Democrats, I think, in the same camp this time around with Joe Biden. There's just not that wow factor there. They're not interested in supporting a guy that's going to make their lives miserable for 4 more years.
Well, and to your point, Rick, something we haven't touched on yet tonight is the influence of third-party candidates. And you just mentioned that in 2016, Hillary Clinton lost in part because there were some Democrats who didn't vote with her and stayed home. There's some who decided to vote Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate. She's back this time around. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., yes, an independent, but his family, lifelong Democrats. Cornel West. The third-party candidacies, you're not seeing some libertarian go after Trump, for example. You're not seeing a conservative party candidate. We'll see what Nikki Haley does, obviously. There's a lot of baseball to be played in terms of bringing them together. But those third-party candidates might be a factor as well, no?
Oh, they were absolutely a factor in 2016 and other presidential cycles, and they will be this time around. The key is people like RFK and Cornel West, others, they need the funding to carry on. RFK, I think, is on 13 ballots as of now. That is enough to sway this election. And if you look at a lot of the recent polling over the last, 4 to 6 months, RFK hurts Biden more than any other candidate out there.
Bianca, one of the only states that's been closed for a while. That hasn't been called yet is Vermont. Donald Trump has a 3-point lead now. It's tight. Too close to call, but we've got 70% in, so we'll watch that.
We'll watch that, and we'll watch to see. Obviously, Nikki Haley's in Charleston. No word on if she'll be speaking, but we do know 45 intends to. A beautiful shot here from Mar-a-Lago. We'll take you right inside the ballroom. You won't miss a moment of it. All you have to do is keep it right here on N2. Ed and I are coming right back here for our Super Tuesday coverage.
to Newsmax 2's live coverage all night long, Super Tuesday. Live look there, a different kind of shot there. That's the ballroom.
I like it.
In the back of the room there at Mar-a-Lago, of course, Palm Beach, Florida. Don't trust us, don't take just a handful there. That's the overflow. There's a big crowd of people we've been showing you all night waiting to hear from the former president. There appears to be a little movement in there, so let's get inside the ballroom. Ed Henry and Bianca de la Garza here. Let's bring in our senior correspondent so we can both ping pong with him. John Huddy, he's on the ground inside the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago. What are you seeing there,
Best
John?
assignment of the night.
Yeah.
Well, right. So Ed and Bianca, that's right. So we're seeing his family coming in. I think we're getting close. What we're hearing, and this is something that I heard earlier as well from his campaign staff, that he was more than likely going to be here and make remarks sometime around or after 10. And it seems that it's going in that direction. Donald Trump Jr. came in, Kimberly Guilfoyle, Alina Habba, senior advisors, some of his top campaign staff members, lawyers, like I said, Habba, and others, friends and top surrogates are coming in here. So I think we're getting closer. But when the playlist goes to "Proud to Be an American," that's basically the cue that he's about to come in. So if that happens, I'll let you know. But definitely the excitement is built here as the totals and the numbers have been coming in throughout the night, as we've seen some of the states and the election totals coming up on the screen. There's been the crowd erupts into applause and cheers, and that's really been the case throughout the evening. I should mention, by the way, just to give you a little context and kind of some background, the last time I was here in the Grand Ballroom at Mar-a-Lago for a Trump event was April 4th of 2023. That was the day, you may recall, that Trump was in court in New York in the civil fraud case. He was arraigned on those 36 counts. Well, we know how that case turned out. Fast forward to the present, and now he is the presumptive GOP nominee as he continues to rack up wins across the board. As far as the remarks that he's going to be giving tonight, and by the way, the other question as far as the wins and the delegate count, one of the big questions has to do with the math. Will he get with the 1,215 delegates needed to basically clinch the GOP, to be the GOP nominee by March 12th or a little thereafter, or will that happen around March 19th? And by the way, March 19th is Florida's primary. But that said, one of the things we're likely to hear when he does come out and give remarks, amongst some of the other issues that he's talked about, and I mentioned this earlier, is about immigration. It's a huge issue. You guys have been talking about it. We've been reporting on it. I was in Eagle Pass last week, Eagle Pass, Texas, when former President Trump met with Governor Greg Abbott, who again endorsed the president and put out an X message endorsing former President Trump for president. So that remains a major issue for voters. That's the case tonight. It was the case in South Carolina, New Hampshire, Iowa as well. So expect to hear the former president talk about that, talk about the economy, and really focus and honed in on beating Joe Biden. Guys.
Could be happening any moment now. And, as you look in the room, you're about 40 deep there, and it is it's a big ballroom there. You talked about when you were there and he was in New York. That property has so much history around it, too. It's where the raid went down with the FBI. It's where yesterday he came out and announced a lot of reaction to the SCOTUS Supreme Court. It's where he announced his reelection. It's where he had that infamous chocolate cake with Xi. Mar-a-Lago has been the epicenter for so many historic moments. And yet again, tonight, on this Super Tuesday, it is again.
It certainly is. He's got 10 victories already, John. Vermont, he's in the lead. It hasn't been called yet. Minnesota's closed, but they've only have 1% of the vote. But 10 victories racked up already, John. It's already been quite a night.
And I was going to mention, back in April of last year, I vividly remember when he came out. I mean, there was an intense energy in this room, and it was a historical night. And I remember him saying, I'm going to fight like hell. This is only just beginning. I'm not going anywhere. And I remember that, and a massive cheer went up. So here we are. Here we are about just a little bit shy of a year later, and he's cruising to victory. He is the presumptive GOP nominee.
John, real quick, What about John Bachman? Is he in that crowd, or is he headed to the studio?
Dad, I haven't seen him. I think he bugged out. I think he got out of here. I tried to get him back here, but I think he was making his way.
All right.
Any moment.
John
He should
Huddy,
be there. He should
tattling
be
on
in
John
route.
Bachman. John Huddy, we appreciate it. Thank you. Good
Thanks,
reporting
John.
as always.
It really is.
And what a crowd. They're going to be fired up.
You can hear the energy. It's so great to be able to bring everybody inside that ballroom there. You can just sort of sense, the anticipation of 45 coming out any moment now. Former Georgia Congressman and attorney Doug Collins has been with us throughout the evening, tracking the results coming in. Doug, obviously not a surprise to see where we're at with the numbers. But still historic, and still to the point of where we are now. It's so close to him clinching this, and the fact that Nikki Haley right now, no plans for her to speak at all, as she's gathered in Charleston.
Yeah.
Kind of a unfortunate
Bit
kind
of a tell.
Yeah, and kind of unfortunate that there's not more of a coming out and saying, like, let's just unify. I think that's what a lot of Republicans are looking for, but maybe not her supporters, who are maybe Democrats.
Doug?
Yeah, no, I mean, it is sort of surprising she's not speaking tonight. That's just, it's just sort of strange that they're not having some kind of a get-together. Some party, she's been circling this date now, for months, and even the past few weeks when everybody agreed that it was over, she kept talking about Super Tuesday and the battle got ahead. Well, there's no battle ahead. It's been over. It's been over since Iowa. Let's just be frank about this. So, I mean, her not having anything tonight may give a tip-off that sometime in the next week she may decide to pull out of this race. I'm not sure she'll call for unity like we're all hoping for. Because over the last about 4 or 5 weeks, she has become one of the most ardent critics of Donald Trump, and that is going to be used against Donald Trump in the fall, not from Joe Biden as much, but out of her mouth. So it's really unfortunate that we've gotten to this place, but it's a good night for Donald Trump. He's done exactly what we thought he would do across the country, and now it's time to unify and head toward November.
Congressman John Huddy reported that he was in that room for Newsmax when Donald Trump was in the ballroom the night of his first criminal indictment in New York. There was a similar crowd that was fired up, but I have to say I was in that room and there was a lot of uncertainty. What's going to happen? I mean, we were in uncharted territory. We still are, but there were 3 more criminal indictments after that. And I remember thinking as a journalist, okay, the crowd's fired up. These are the hardcore people, Congressman. But what happens outside this room? What happens when we start voting in Iowa? What happens when we go to Texas? Are people still going to be with him if he's an indicted former president? Got news for you. They're still with him.
Oh, very much so. And I think especially the really outlandish complaints, especially from New York and other places, it has begun to fulfill what he said all along. He said they're just out to get me. I mean, when you have the civil suit that you just had with Letitia James and all on, where he actually got a loan, paid the loan back, the bank did all the paperwork, checked it out, actually came to court and testified that everything's great and we'd like more money or more of his business, and then they still found him, guilty. This is where people are beginning to say there's an overreach here. But again, now we've got the primaries out of the way. We've got for the most part, the primaries out of the way. We got to get toward, looking toward a convention, and we got to look toward a message which he will be focused on, and which when he gets focused on immigration, economics, and the things that he actually did, as compared to a president who's not actually done that, that leads us into November, and that's where we got to be.
Big time. Congressman Doug Collins, I know you got to run. We appreciate your insight as always.
Always.
Bianca, incredible, because I got to tell you, being in that room, did not know where this was going. I certainly didn't know 3 more criminal indictments were coming. But the voters, there were polls out there saying he was still strong, that the MAGA movement was still with him. But until the voters speak, boy, have they spoken.
And there were more people in the race. It was DeSantis. It was a huge field there. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, at that point, and here we are today. Doug just mentioned immigration, state of Texas. We saw Donald Trump there with Greg Abbott last week, and Joe Biden in Brownsville. You can't look at even a more contrasting visit. And we want to get out to Texas right now, where our Mike Carter is. He's in Austin. Delegates there, and they're going to Trump, but we're hearing there's some issues in Harris County. Mike, what can you tell us?
Yeah, here in Travis County, consider this, Bianca. Donald Trump looks like he's on his way to well over a 50-point win here in Texas. We're in Travis County, here in Austin. Now, this is the 5th largest county in the state of Texas. Is a primarily reliable Democrat county. This is Democrats win here in Travis County, especially here in Austin. So Donald Trump right now looking like a 55, 56-point lead in the entire state. Here in Travis County, where there aren't a lot of Republicans, this is a county that's voted for a Democrat nominee for president all but 5 times since 1932. Donald Trump in this county, one of the most liberal counties in Texas, has a 23-point lead on Nikki Haley. Consider that. If Nikki Haley was going to have any shot of keeping it close here in Texas tonight, this is one of those counties she was going to need to rely on Democrat voters. Remember, this is an open primary here in Texas. Registered Democrats could have voted in the Republican primary if they wanted to. They did not en masse. And even here in Travis County, Donald Trump running away with things, well on his way to a huge monumental victory here in the Lone Star State.
Senator Rick Santorum, our senior political analyst and the senior fellow at the American Conservative Union. You saw her front and center, of course, at CPAC, Mercy Schlapp. Good to have you both back. Since we had you about an hour or so ago, the victories still keep coming. Mercy, 10 states won by Donald Trump. Vermont still too close to call, but he's got a 2 or 3 point lead there. It's been a big night.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rick Santorum was very excited about Vermont for Nikki Haley, but I got to get you, Rick.
Thank you, Mercy.
But I think for the most part, you look at what's happening here, and it's pretty much a sweep for Donald Trump. He's dominating in all these states. I don't think there's anything surprising that we're watching here. I think when you look at the fact that I think the Trump team was very organized this time around, I think that you're seeing that Nikki Haley does really well with independents and Democrats for the most part, but cannot in any way really solidify the Republican vote. And it's very lackluster what we've seen coming out of her campaign. I think that's why you're seeing that she doesn't seem she's going to be giving a speech tonight, and no campaign stops for her in the next day. So I think it's a very telling moment for the Nikki Haley campaign, and hopefully she will drop out so that there could be a focus on the general election, which Donald Trump started when he gave his great speech at CPAC last week.
It was a great speech. And it'll be a telling moment.
That was it. That was the beginning of everything.
It all turned.
So, look.
Look, Donald Trump on the stage tonight with his friends, with his families, with maybe a possible vice president pick, we don't know yet. It is going to be quite a celebration, to Mercedes' point there. And, Nikki Haley's holed up somewhere in Charleston, Senator Santorum.
It's a huge night for Donald Trump, even with the possible loss of Vermont to Nikki Haley. It's going to be a very strong night. And Nikki Haley hasn't moved on yet. Maybe she will here in the next few days. But what you saw from the vote tonight is the voters have moved on. One of the things I recognized when I was running, and the reason I got out of the race in April of 2012 was the voters had said, okay, we've had enough. And even though they may have been for me, or they weren't particularly happy with the nominee, they realized, okay, this has gone on long enough. We know who the winner is going to be. It's time to stop fighting. It's time to get together. And the most important thing is for the candidate who is that opposing candidate to be a little bit ahead of your voters. And what Nikki Haley is running into tonight, and if she doesn't get out soon, she's going to really run into later, is it's going to be even more embarrassing, because even voters who may be for her are simply either going to not show up or they're going to vote the other way just to end this, to bring this to a close. So I think we've reached that point with tonight. And with all due respect to the Trump campaign, she had a right to come to Super Tuesday. I mean, there weren't that many delegates decided before tonight. And so she had a right to try to run it through and see if she could pull a surprise. She got one surprise, and that's not going to be enough when there's 17 primaries.
Yeah, and Mercedes, what's interesting when Senator Santorum lays out why and when he got out in 2012, we had him on a couple Saturdays ago for the South Carolina primary coverage, and he reminded us that he won 11 states before he got out. Nikki has still not won a state. He could lay claim. I mean, Vermont, she's down. It's close.
For the record, Rick Santorum did much better than Nikki Haley. Although I would say that if he would be running against Nikki Haley, I think Nikki probably would win the state of Vermont, because the state of Vermont probably belongs to Iceland and not America. Okay?
There you go.
That's where we are right now.
Well, Senator Santorum wants no part of Vermont. You got Bernie Sanders up there. You got Ben and Jerry, Senator. That's not your cup of tea. That's not your crowd.
I think it's
though I did not win Vermont. Mitt Romney won Vermont against me. So yes, that's
how it turned out. Okay.
I would have picked Rick Santorum over Mitt Romney. That's for sure.
All right, Mercedes Slap, Rick Santorum. We appreciate your insights. Thanks for coming on N2.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we got just a couple of minutes before we hand the baton over to our colleagues, John Bachman and Aaron Perini. We might stick around. We'll see how the night unfolds. But it's been a great night being with you. It's been dominating performance by the former president.
It has. And we knew going into this that it would be obviously a big night for Donald Trump. All the polls showed that it would go the way it is.
Family members coming in, pardon me.
Oh, no, not at all. As we look live here, we're taking you inside. As you said, family members are trickling into Mar-a-Lago, where it is a packed crowd tonight, an excited crowd there. And people really who have been loyal with him since the beginning. They say, you know, the Trump train is coming. He said it's coming, and it looks like no signs.
It's about to run Nikki Haley over. He's at 640 in the delegates. She's at 43.
Yes, sir.
Ed and Bianca here. We appreciate you being with us. Don't go anywhere, because John and Aaron will be here with live remarks from former President Trump after a quick break.
for America 2024. Super Tuesday.
All right, it is 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 o'clock in the Rocky Mountains, where the polls are just now closing in Utah. We'll be getting some results from the Republican and Democratic primaries there very soon. Of course, that means it's 7 p.m. on the West Coast. The polls in California will be closing in about an hour. A live look for you as well from Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's estate on Palm Beach. It is Trump campaign headquarters tonight as well. The room is packed. The place to be for MAGA Republicans. We expect the former president to speak at any moment now. Thanks for staying with us as we continue N2's special coverage of Super Tuesday. I'm John Bachman alongside Erin Perini.
Hi, John.
Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, she's going to be my co-pilot tonight as we navigate the final contest and the results coming in. Donald Trump so far has been dominating, winning all of the states that have been called so far, doing well in the Northeast and some places where he wasn't expected to do as well as he has been doing. Nikki Haley is behind closed doors, and we don't know if we're going to see her tonight.
It seems unlikely that we are going to see her. There is no campaign event or party this evening. They aren't rallying supporters in any of the states this evening. So it sounds like it's more of a subdued evening for the Nikki Haley team. So I don't expect to see her on camera tonight.
Yeah. I was listening to Ed and Bianca talking about, were we going to see some sort of unifying speech from Nikki Haley? It does not appear to be the case. And also we know she does not have any ad buys planned in the future, doesn't have any campaign events. It looks like it's over for her. Maybe she's campaigning now for a job at MSNBC or CNN where she can continue to hate on Donald Trump. All right, let's get out to John Glasgow, who's live for us in Denver, Colorado. John is at one of the states that Donald Trump has already won tonight. John, what's going on out there?
Hey, John. Hey, Aaron. Yeah, we're projected to win here in Colorado as well. There's about 4 out of 64 counties that are reporting votes that have been cast already, and Donald Trump right now is the clear favorite for the Republican presidential nomination. You look at the Democratic side of things, too, and you've got President Joe Biden in the lead there with the early votes that have been coming in. Well, one thing that was interesting, though, is part of the early votes that we've been looking at is that you start to see that there's a bit of competition in the Denver County, which is where we are right now, between Nikki Haley and the former president. But statewide right now, it looks like the former president is projected to take Colorado, as well as President Joe Biden to take the Colorado on the Democrat side. Also looking at that, I was talking earlier on the shows about the uncommitted vote. We're seeing that there is some results coming in for that as well, meaning that that's on the Democrat primary side, that maybe they're not happy with President Biden and they're looking for another alternative. That could be a protest vote, or it has something to do similar to with Michigan, with the handling there of the Gaza war and how President Biden's been handling that situation. So again, this is very early. We're just starting to get the results coming in. The polls closed at 7 o'clock Mountain Time, which is 9 o'clock Eastern Time. But this will take some additional time as well, because a lot of these were mail-in votes, which were cast back. They went out in last month in February. So it's going to take more time for them to finalize these. But early indications are right now is that former President Trump will take Colorado and President Biden will take it on the Democrat side. So back to you.
John Glasgow for us in Denver, Colorado. Thank you, John. All right, we're going to head out to California in a second, Aaron, but this is like, I know you're a sports fan, so this is like one of those games where it's late in the fourth quarter or something, and one team is ahead by 1,000,000 points, and we have to make it interesting from here on out. So let's talk about some of the other races you're watching tonight, aside from the presidential campaigns, how that will set us up for 2024 with a little intrigue.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of races to keep an eye on. One is that California Senate race, right? Whoever the top 2 vote getters are in either party in that race will be who goes on to the general election in November.
This is a jungle primary,
yes,
right? Yeah.
It's a jungle primary. So whoever the top 2 vote getters are. Adam Schiff seems to be having a problem there, even though his team put money behind ads attacking the Republican frontrunner in the state right now, which is actually kind of bolstering him in a way that's hurting Schiff in the way that they had hoped it wouldn't. So when you're looking at those numbers, there could be a Republican on the ballot in California for the statewide, which a stronger up-ticket individual on the Senate ballot helps those down-ticket congressional races that might be more competitive, because when you look at the House map, both California and New York are really where the majority is going to be won or lost this year. So when you look at these races, the down ballot is going to be just just as important as who's sitting up top of the ticket, because people, yes, they look at the presidency, but those Senate, those gubernatorial races, those other races, those sit on those ballots, those are hugely important as well. And then you look at Texas. Right now, we're looking at possible neck and neck right now between the anti-Trump Speaker of the House there and a more MAGA Republican that could take out that incumbent in that race. Plus, you're going to be looking at the Senate race there. Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz, my former boss, who obviously I'm very biased toward, but it looks like Colin Allred is going to handily win that nomination on the Democrat side. Former NFL football player, I imagine there will be a lot of outside money because they see competitiveness in Texas. It's not actually there. That state still sits likely Republican, but when it comes to Ted Cruz, everybody's going to want to try to put the money in to take him out.
All right, you got a former NFL player in Texas challenging Ted Cruz. You got a former Major League Baseball player in California and Steve Garvey. So let's get to California right now in San Diego, where Addison Smith is checking in live to give us an update on the race out there. Hey, Addison.
Yeah, John, Aaron, great to be with both of you. Let's talk about the expected before we get to what could be the potential unexpected. Former President Donald Trump slated to win handily here in California. I mean, some of the latest polls have shown him with as much as 83% support. And when we were at a polling location earlier today talking to voters, we did not encounter any Nikki Haley supporters. Take a listen.
Joe Biden. I don't really care who my president is as long as it's not Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. What's happening at the border, you don't have to be an expert to understand that. Donald Trump stopped it one time before. Joe Biden turned around and opened him right back up.
I'm scared silly about the border problem.
I did not vote for president. Joe Biden's not doing what I elected him to do.
You didn't want to vote for Trump. You didn't want to vote for Biden. A lot of people in your situation have thrown their support behind Nikki Haley. Why did you ultimately choose not to vote for her?
No, that's not even an option. Sorry for me. No.
So again, no Haley supporters that we were able to find at that polling location. She was polling in the teens in that morning consult poll. Now, as for the shakeup in the California primary, this could come under Congress and the House of Representatives, as Democrats could flip the House by netting 4 seats. And in the Golden State alone, they are hunting for 7 seats. Like in the 45th district, for example, where House incumbent Michelle Steele faces 2 Democrat challengers, or Republican David Valadao in District 22, where he faces a potential divided GOP vote due to a fellow Republican challenging him. And on the Senate side, guys, former LA Dodgers All-Star Steve Garvey is surging in California's Senate race despite not ever running for public office and not spending a single dollar on television ads. He's run no ads in this Senate race and nonetheless is gunning for Adam Schiff, is in a statistical tie, according to a recent UC Berkeley LA Times poll, a tie with Adam Schiff, who's also running, of course, for Senate to preserve the late Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat. So if Garvey can pull off a win tonight, guys, it'll be the first time a Republican senator has won a Senate race in California since 1988. And if the polls are indicative of anything, he could do that tonight, guys. The polls close here at 8 p.m. local time, 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll be watching and reporting what we have. Back to you.
All right, Addison, thanks for that. A lot of interesting kind of sidebar stories in Addison's reporting there. Let's talk about these House races in California, which could flip the House in favor of the Democrats, and why that is important is we just heard Jamie Raskin yesterday on television talking about how the House might try to prevent Donald Trump from taking office, perhaps maybe even not certifying the election on January 6, 2025. So there is some intrigue there when it comes to the House. What's your prediction on what's going to happen in California?
These jungle primaries are so tough, and you're seeing that play out right now, where there could be 2 Republicans or 2 Democrats, or there could, you could completely keep a Republican out. And like I said before, when it comes to winning the House, it's going to be done in California and New York. Yeah. These are competitive districts, and in New York, you're looking at a lot of redistricting that is going to make it tougher for Republicans to be able to win. So California, those 7 competitive races in the House, that means if you are sitting at the NRCC right now, you are going to be having the toughest time being able to make sure you bring in enough money to support those candidates at the National Republican Congressional Committee to be able to win those competitive races.
Yeah, it is going to come down to money, especially in a state like California and a state like New York. We have a lot of TV markets. You got to buy a lot of ad time to really make a dent. All right, we are waiting for President Trump, who could be speaking live at any moment. A live look for you inside Mar-a-Lago. You may have heard I was there earlier tonight. It's pretty warm in there. A lot of anticipation. What were we going to hear from Donald Trump? He may speak for, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half tonight as he expects to take a victory lap. Not able to get the total number of delegates you need, the 12-15 you need to clinch it, but he could get pretty close. Stay with us. Live coverage of Super Tuesday continues here on N2. right, welcome back. John Bachman, Aaron Perini, Newsmax 2's live coverage of Super Tuesday. And as you see on your screen, right there, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump seeking to become the 47th President of the United States, entering the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, basking in the glow of the crowd there. He will be speaking any moment. Our John Huddy is in the room right now. We'll check in real quick with John as Donald Trump makes his way to the podium. John, a lot of anticipation in there tonight.
Yeah, there has been, John, and you know, the last time that I was here in the Grand Ballroom at Mar-a-Lago was April 4th of 2023. That was the day that former President Trump was arraigned in court in New York, and he flew back here for the civil fraud case. He flew back here, and I remember that night he said, "I'm going to fight like hell. This is not over. It's only the beginning." Well, just short of a year later, he is the presumptive GOP nominee, as he's now taking the stage here behind me with fans, with supporters, with senior advisors, top campaign officials. And again, John, as I was talking about earlier this evening, one of the key issues that he's been talking about, that's been a key issue for voters tonight on Super Tuesday in New Hampshire and South Carolina, Iowa, immigration. Yep. He was in Texas last week, meeting with the governor there. More than likely, he's going to be talking about that, talking about inflation, talking about foreign wars, and talking about beating Joe Biden come November, John.
All right, John Huddy for us live at Mar-a-Lago, and you may have seen this scene before. You're sure familiar with the song from Lee Greenwood. Donald Trump does this at every one of his rallies, and for some of these folks, it never gets old to see this. So we're about to reach the crescendo of God Bless the USA, and we will hear Donald Trump speak here very soon. You heard a great preview from John Huddy there. Now let's go ahead and listen in to Donald Trump as he basks in the glow of his Super Tuesday victories.
Well, thank you very much. They call it Super Tuesday for a reason. This is a big one. And they tell me, the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. We had no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, it's called inflation. It's called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's. He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in, airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders, and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any, because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age. But we have some tremendously talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them, that's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will, you will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad to see what's happening to our cities. Our cities are being overrun with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent, where they'll stand in the middle of a street and have fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. They wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level, we were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that, because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world. And then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy, because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success. And that's what's ultimately going to unify this country and unify this party. We have a great Republican Party with tremendous talent, and we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I have been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had, and people were calling me that I would have said will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before, and it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together. And now we have a very divided country. We have a country that a political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that. We need a fair and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free, but maybe someday they will be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them, and we have to get that confidence back. It's so important for the success of our country. So important. So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family. They've had it very easy since I decided to run for politics. They say, thanks a lot, Dad, we appreciate it. But they're strong and they're very capable people, and they love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody at my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's really a statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th, it's right around the corner, November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us, because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be. Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened. For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS 100%. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars, and we stopped wars. We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North Korea, which is a serious nuclear power, but North Korea came along. Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that, because COVID was such a horrible thing. It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said. It was the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, all over the world. And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was. They didn't even use the word pandemic. Nobody had an idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like nobody, very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They gave us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. We did an amazing job, and we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was really, really something. But there's never been an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people that didn't know what they were doing, they took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of the Taliban in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem is." I say oftentimes, they asked Jesse James, "Jesse, why do you rob banks?" He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, that's where the problem is with the Taliban. And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban, a rough group. I say, don't ever shoot our soldiers again. Don't ever do it. Very interesting what happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers, and I let them know. I said, don't ever, ever let that happen. I said in a rather nasty fashion. We don't have to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan, and then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You know, you have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you could think of, goggles, night goggles. They didn't used to fight. They're good fighters. They didn't used to fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of bad things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people, and they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit, until he can't get his feet out of the sand or lift the chair, which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. They stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things that nobody thought was possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes. And then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country left. And we're going to do something. Thank you very much. We love you too. And we love our country. And we can't let this magnificent, some people call it an experiment. I don't call it an experiment. I just say this is a magnificent place, a magnificent country. And it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here, but many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans, they come in many different ways. Now we find out again, they come in through airplanes, we send them in. This is crazy. But they come into our country, we're going to stop them. We're going to close our borders. We're going to have to deport a lot of people, a lot of bad people, because our countries can't live like this. Our cities are choking to death. Our states are dying. And frankly, our country is dying. And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much. It's been a big night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, one of the shorter speeches we've heard from Donald Trump. It is 10:36 here on the East Coast. He started speaking around, I don't know, about 25 minutes ago or so. Donald Trump kind of going through a long list of his accomplishments when he was president, and also talking about the things that would have not happened over the last 3.5 years if he were president still to this day. Thanks for staying with us. I'm John Bachman alongside Aaron Perini. Just heard Donald Trump speak there at Mar-a-Lago, who, as you heard him say, had a very big night here on Super Tuesday. Let's welcome in our guests to talk about what we just heard and talk about what else we can expect tonight here on Super Tuesday. Republican strategist Joe Pinion is here with us. Also with us, political analyst Mark Halpern. Guys, thanks for being here.
Good to see you.
All right, Mark, first to you. I have to admit, I was not quite ready for the end of that Trump speech. Pretty pithy for Donald Trump, especially after such a big night.
Lean and not that mean. He's trying to deliver what his campaign wants him to talk about. Less about personal grievance, more about contrasting his record and his vision with Joe Biden. He did it. My guess is that for a lot of years, that was a little, if you'll pardon the expression, low energy, a little bit rote and off of the prompter as opposed to from the heart. But on content, that is the exact message that Team Trump would like him to deliver. And a lot of establishment Republicans who are getting aboard the Trump train, they're fine with that message. I think they want maybe just a hint more of Don Rickles in there.
A little more Don Rickles never hurt anybody, that's for sure. Joe, give us your take on the speech and what we heard tonight.
Look, I think once you hear Sam and Dave, I'm coming, you know the speech is over. The primary is now officially over. It's been over for a long time, but the one thing we didn't hear Donald Trump talking about in that speech was Nikki Haley. And so obviously it is time to circle the wagons. Republicans need to get together, figure out how we stop spending money on a process that has come to an end, start spreading those dollars up and down the ballot for those congressional seats to grow that majority, to make sure that we take back the United States Senate. And what you heard President Trump talking about, especially at the top of the speech, is I think the argument that many Republicans are going to be making, that they told the world that President Trump was going to deliver World War III, and under Joe Biden we have been closer to World War III now than ever before. And that is everything that you heard about him saying from Gaza to Russia and Ukraine, talking about what's going on with Hamas and Hezbollah, that we have defunded the police at home, we have refunded Iran abroad, and in many ways we have re-enrolled MS-13 as the migrant crisis chokes cities all across this country. That is the focus for this campaign. That is the battlefield that has been pitched, and I think now it's up to Republicans to fill that void, deliver that message. All the questions from Democrats are going to be about abortion and Roe v. Wade, and none of the answers.
That's right. Mark, when you're looking at this evening and you're in Nikki Haley's camp, you've just seen Donald Trump really have a dominating evening. What is next for Nikki Haley? Where do you see things going forward for her? She has nothing on her schedule as of this point.
I mean, under the normal rules of physics, Aaron, as you know, she'd be out of the race. She would have been out of the race before. What's defying the normal rules of political physics is she's still raising money. And as long as she can fuel the tank, she can go forward. I had thought previously maybe her eyes were on the nomination as a backup to Donald Trump, or perhaps her eyes were on 2028. I think the way she's conducted herself since South Carolina through Michigan and today has made those two things less likely rather than more likely. So I'm not the only one confused by what Nikki Haley's doing, but I'll put myself at the front of the line. I don't get it right now. I wouldn't be surprised if she got out, but again, with cash in the bank and more coming in, she can go forward if she wants.
One more question. Do we have time for one more question for Mark? Let's talk about that money, Mark. What can she still do with the money that she is raising, and the donors that are donating that money? Are they a danger to Donald Trump's general election campaign hopes?
Well, look, there's a category of voter who won't be with Donald Trump. There's a category of donor who won't be with Donald Trump. I still think there's a possibility, and most people look at me like I'm nuts when I say it. I still think there may be a deal that Donald Trump needs her donors. He needs her voters. Maybe he gives her a speech at the convention. He shows turn the other cheek. People think of Donald Trump as vengeful, and sometimes he is, but he also knows how to forgive if it's in his interest. I think he may decide it's in his interest because those donors are one thing that's a problem in Trump world right now. He's on the midst of a great run legally and politically, but figuring out the personal and political money situation is a high priority for them at the moment.
And I have to think that might be one reason why we're not going to see Nikki Haley tonight, because she does come out. She has to admit the obvious in public and say, look, I'm out of the race. But she still has a little bit of leverage if what Mark is saying is true. I know this would anger a lot of hardcore Donald Trump supporters to see Nikki Haley on the top of the ticket. But what do you think, Aaron? Don't you think that is one of the ways that you can actually unify the GOP?
It could be one way to unify the party, and we heard President Trump this evening talk about unification, that winning will bring people together. But for Nikki Haley here, the biggest thing right now she has are the donors, are the people who allow her to keep being able to run in these races. But she doesn't have any ad buys up right now, so she might have money come in, but what's the strategy on it? I mean, Joe, what do you think Nikki's strategy is if she still has this money coming in, but she's not holding events or running ads at this point?
Well, look, I think campaigns typically end when you run out of money or you run out of voters. She has the money, but the voters are nowhere to be found. I mean, congratulations, she's won Vermont. Republicans were not going to win Vermont. Trump didn't win Vermont in 2016 or 2020. So look, there is no political justification for her to continue. The only thing you can think of is that somehow this is a protest, and Republicans cannot afford the protest. We have burned through $2 billion on this primary where the outcome was all but assured before it began. So President Trump is the nominee. President Trump has the party, and if you believe, as most Republicans and many Americans believe, that you cannot afford another 4 years of Joseph Robinette Biden, then you have to find a way to stop hemorrhaging cash, unify the party, and focus on the linchpins for victory. A border that is in crisis, an economy that is working for no one on Main Street, and the fact that, once again, Democrats think their opinion of what you should do matters more than the reality impacting your everyday life.
All right, our thanks to Joe Pinion, Mark Halpern. Great to see you both.
Great to see you. Thank you both.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back. Aaron Perini, John Bachman. Stay tuned. More coverage of Super Tuesday here on N2. All right, welcome back. A live look for you at Mar-a-Lago as the room empties out pretty quickly. We just heard from President Trump in a pretty short speech by Donald Trump's standards, about 20 minutes long, highlighting some of his accomplishments as president. So he is dominating the Republican side of the ticket tonight. John Bachman alongside Aaron Perini here. We did want to update you on one interesting story out of American Samoa. Joe Biden also on a lot of these ballots tonight. He is losing, or has lost, I guess, the U.S. territory of American Samoa to a Democrat no one's ever heard of before named Jason Palmer. Not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, but it has to be embarrassing for an incumbent president to lose any primary.
Oh, absolutely. Is this Palmermentum? You know, what is this going to mean for the Democrat Party moving forward? But to your point, John, this is embarrassing for the president to lose anywhere as the incumbent. He should just easily be barnstorming across the country right now. And not only did he lose tonight, embarrassingly, in American Samoa, the American people aren't going to see him tonight, even though he will have what should be a big Super Tuesday.
Yeah, well, he's probably in bed right now. We're going to stay up late with you, though. We'll be open until midnight, as they say, until the final results come in from Alaska. But for now, let's welcome in Daniel Littman, White House reporter in Washington for Politico. And also with us, Ashley Hayek, Executive Director of America First Works. Great to have you both here with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Daniel, I know you want to talk. Aaron actually showed me her text messages. We're that close. But talk to us about Nikki Haley and her underperformance tonight in the Northeast.
Yeah, so she's ahead in Vermont. I don't know if they've called that for her yet, but she is on course to win the great state of Vermont. So, lots of maple syrup and skiing there. But she lost handily in Massachusetts and Maine, two very moderate states. Maine, of course, has senators like Angus King, Susan Collins, Olympia Snowe used to be a senator. Moderate Republicans was their middle name. Massachusetts had Mitt Romney. But this is a different Republican Party, and the Republican Party of Massachusetts, back when they were electing Mitt Romney governor, and I'm from Massachusetts, that's not the party of today with Donald Trump winning 65% of Massachusetts right now.
That's exactly right. When it comes to how you're looking at these Northeast states that really should have been strongholds for Nikki, that plan didn't really pan out. And Ashley, I'll follow up with you on this. Nikki Haley's team made it very clear that her strategy to get into Super Tuesday was to try and play in some of these states that had open primaries. Virginia, some of these other states where you don't have to be registered to a party to win. And that strategy still didn't work for her. So what's next for Nikki?
Well, Aaron, I think you hit the nail on the head right there, is that the only thing that Nikki could count on her future on was on Democrats and independents, which really is not indicative of a nominee of the Republican Party. And I wouldn't even say that she was counting on the North as a whole. I think she said that she would count on places like New Hampshire, for example. She had promised a strong performance there and fell flat on her face. Then she said, well, let's see what happens in South Carolina, where she was embarrassed in her home state. And what we have seen so far is the race between Trump and Haley. She earned the support, like I said, of Democrats and the likes of elites in Washington, D.C. Trump has locked in battleground states. If you look at where Trump has won and what the game looks like moving forward, Nikki Haley has no campaign events on her calendar for Arizona or Georgia as of tonight. That's a huge concern if you think you're going to, pick up any additional support, if she thinks she's going to stay in the race. Whereas Trump already says he has rallies in all of those states that in the coming weeks.
Yeah, as we project ahead to states like Georgia, that could be a very interesting state because Donald Trump has had some trouble in Georgia. Republicans have had some trouble historically, at least in recent history in Georgia. But Daniel, the question comes down to unification of the Republican Party. Nikki Haley is still hanging out there. There's still a lot of hurt feelings as well among Republicans. You're always going to see that when you have Donald Trump involved. What do you think, in terms of how his speech went tonight? How is he doing so far when it comes to unifying the party?
He didn't blast Nikki Haley at all in the speech, if I was hearing it correctly. He was a little repetitive in the speech, I would say. We've all been watching Trump speeches for a long time, and he says some of the same things over and over, but that people love that in his audience and in his base. and they want to hear about how he brought back energy production. They want to hear about how he did not launch any foreign wars after the last 20 years of Iraq and Afghanistan, which cost the lives of thousands of Americans and trillions of dollars. And so I think that he is pivoting to the general election. He's not calling Nikki Haley bird brain, and so I think he's making progress, guys. But he still has a lot of Republicans to win over, 1 in 7 that are saying that they won't vote for him in November.
Yeah.
If you look at that 1 in 7 number of Republicans who are saying they're not going to vote for Donald Trump, Ashley, what do you think is going to be the top message that Donald Trump can be delivering to those voters who might be saying, I'm a Republican, but maybe I'm not that brand of Republican anymore?
I think if you look at issues like the border, if you look at issues like the economy, there is no doubt that Donald Trump resonates with voters. If you lead with the policy, I think that's where he wins, and he does really well. You know, you look at the 13 Marines who are killed. You look at the Laken Riley, who's the current president, will not even say her name. One point, though, is that, yeah, Donald Trump came out and made remarks tonight. You know who has not and probably will not make remarks? Definitely not Nikki Haley. And Joe Biden, if he can put together a sentence that's coherent, I mean, that would be great to hear from a sitting president that can put together a sentence.
Yeah, well, it's pretty late. 10, almost 11 o'clock for Joe Biden. We would imagine he is in bed. We were told Nikki Haley is watching the results come in. Maybe she's already in bed. She was watching the results behind closed doors. Now, one of the things, too, that I've heard a lot about when you compare Donald Trump's 2016 campaign to his 2020 campaign to 2024, the level of professionalism, the internal gears are running very smooth right now. And we heard him credit Sandy Wiles and Chris LaCivita, Daniel Littman, for that tonight.
We did, and he has a professional operation. This is not like Brad Parscale and his unfortunately messy personal life. Remember, I think the police had to go to his house, and there was that there was video footage of that. We don't have the leaks, and I want the leaks because I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
So
tight.
please, Stephen Chung, Chris LaCivita, please, you have my phone number, so hit me up anytime you want to dish on Susie or any of your other opponents. But they're not opponents. That's the thing. They work together well, and they need that. You don't have a Cora Lewandowski. You don't have 3 campaign managers like we did in 2016.
Yeah, and since Daniel said that here on this program, those leaks actually have to flow through us first before they can go to Daniel Littman. All right, we're going to take another quick break before we begin more coverage at 11 o'clock. Our thanks to Daniel Littman and Ashley Hayek. Thanks to you both. All right, guys, stand by. We got more to come here. Our special live coverage of Super Tuesday. We got another hour to go before the polls shut down in Alaska. We get a big surprise in American Samoa with Joe Biden losing. We'll get you updated on everything. Stay with us. Aaron Preeney is going to stand by, be my co-pilot as we take this thing home. Don't go away.
America. 2024. Super Tuesday.
All right, thanks for staying with us. It is 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. Grab some coffee. Stay up with us. John Bachman, Aaron Perini, standing by with you for our special coverage of Super Tuesday here on N2. The polls closing now in California. A very interesting Senate race playing out there with that jungle primary system. You have the former Major League Baseball player, All-Star Steve Garvey, potentially beating out Adam Schiff. An unexpected result, I think, if that actually comes to play. We'll see more about that when those results come in. We have Addison Smith out in San Diego, and we'll check in with him in just a moment. Again, as I said, John Bachman alongside Aaron Perini. We're going to be with you for the rest of the night until we get the final results from Alaska. We'd also like to welcome in Republican strategist and Trump 2016 campaign senior advisor John Oliot joins us alongside the Saturday Agenda and senior political contributor Rob Astorino, who is also here for some insight on what we've learned so far on this Super Tuesday. Gentlemen, great to have you both here. Oh, looks like it's Rick Santorum, not Rob Astorino. Senator Rick Santorum.
Plot twist.
Plot twist. Hey, we're having fun.
Both Italians. Yeah.
All right, Senator Santorum, first to you. We'll go back in time a little bit and talk about Donald Trump's speech, a little short. But we heard the speech from him tonight. We do expect to see him very soon back out on the campaign trail. Where does he go from here, and what should his message be now that it looks like he has this thing sewn up?
I think the message should be very much what it was tonight. I thought the message was right on. It was a contrasting message between the world under Joe Biden, not just America, but the world under Joe Biden and the world under Donald Trump when he was president. And it's a great contrast. I mean, you don't have to speculate, hey, I'll do these things if I'm president. He did these things. He accomplished these things. He has the record to run on. And if you look at the issues that the vast majority of Americans care about, which is Republicans and independents, swing voters, all those issue sets, with really one exception, are all in Trump's favor. So he hit on all of those tonight, number one. And number two, I think was also really important was the tone. One of the problems that Trump has with pulling voters who are undecided voters or moderate voters, lean Democrat, lean Republican voters, is a lot of the tone and the way Trump sort of does his shtick. Tonight, he was a very subdued Donald Trump. He was a very serious Donald. He was all business. It was all about the American public. It wasn't about him. There were no grievances. He had a couple of funny lines, which is great because humor is always a good thing. And taking a shot at someone, that's just Trump. But it was very light and fun. I thought tonight was as appealing a Trump to the middle American voter, the swing voter in Michigan, the swing voter in Pennsylvania, and was really well done and effectively done by him.
All right, looks like we have a green check mark by Donald Trump. So it looks like he is the projected winner of California. Let's go to John. Same question we had for Senator Santorum. John, what do you expect to hear from Donald Trump in the next couple days and weeks ahead?
Well, Senator Santorum obviously knows Pennsylvania very well and has a finger on the pulse like probably no one else in that state in terms of what's going to appeal to that independent voter in the suburbs of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. And to his point also is that we saw Trump that is all business. And on the 2016 campaign, when I was a senior advisor, what it was we had a very small staff. We had, once again, 3 different campaign managers. We also had to fight the RNC a little bit that was not united, to say the least, behind President Trump all the way through the election, actually. And so what you have here is you have he's about to take over the party. It looks like there's going to be a change in the next week of the RNC leadership, and you're going to have people totally behind Trump. Even Lara Trump is going to be she's going to be the deputy head of the RNC now. So you're going to have a total party apparatus as well as the voters, MAGA voters, together with independents who are very sick of the Biden record. And once again, to Senator Santorum's point, is that if President Trump can stay with the same tone that he has tonight, which was very much focused on where things were when he was president and how far things have fallen in 3 years, that's a compelling case, and he'll probably be making that case much more in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and Aaron, it's a case that I think that most Americans can actually feel. It's not just words. Every time, we were just talking about this before we came on the air, every time you go to the grocery store, you feel it. When you open the newspaper or turn on the news and you hear about a war in a new country, you feel it.
Well, that's right. And Senator Santorum, to you, when you look at the message that Democrats are driving now, when they're laughing on air about the southern border of the United States, you see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris not doing the work there. How much do you think that the American people will continue to listen to immigration as their top issue and the economy versus whatever the Democrats are going to try to peddle? Because we know they're going to probably lean in hard on abortion and things like that come the general election.
Yeah, there's no question, you're right, Aaron, that they're not going to want to talk about the border. They're not going to want to talk about inflation and the economy. They're going to try to shift this to abortion, you're right, because their base cares about it, and they need to mobilize their base, number one. Number two, they're going to talk about Donald Trump and the threat to democracy. So that's why I think the tone of Donald Trump and how he communicates to the American public is an important thing. And in particular, obviously, he's going to do rallies. He's going to do his thing. But when he's speaking like he did tonight directly to the American public, that tone is going to be real important to show that he's serious. He cares about the country, cares about people, and everybody, black, white, blue-collar folks, poor, everybody up and down the economic ladder. So, again, well done tonight. He didn't mention abortion tonight, and you can say, well, why would he? It's not really a Republican issue. And I would just take a little issue with that, in that if you don't, and Trump is actually pretty good at this, and that's why I was a little disappointed he didn't come after him. Trump is effective in turning the issue and going on offense against the Democrats for being extremist on this issue. And if you don't do that, then you're letting the playing field open for the other side to define you as the extremist, when in fact they are. And so it's important for Trump to sort of start weaving that message in about how radical the Democrats are on this issue, instead of just sort of leaving it for them to put him on the defensive.
Yeah, and that's true. He's talked about that as well, making sure that Republicans define this debate when it comes to abortion and make Democrats look like the extreme ones because they favor late-term abortion. Great to see you both. Rick Santorum, John Ulliott, thanks for your time.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Aaron.
All right, let's go live now to California, where former President Trump has just scored another victory. Correspondent Addison Smith is live in San Diego. Hey, Addison.
Hey, John, great to be with you. The energy is high in the room. You can hear people cheering. Right now, of course, just in, Trump with a couple % reporting wins California over former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. That was the elephant in the room we all knew was going to happen. Another race to look out for is hopefully Congressman-elect Bill Wells, the mayor of El Cajon, running in California's 51st district against Congressman Sarah Jacobs. Mr. Wells, thank you so much for being here. How are you feeling? The polls have closed. How are you feeling right now?
You know, I feel great. I mean, we ran a good campaign. We did everything we could possibly do. I don't know what else we could have done, so we're ready to do this. And, you know, I think this people of San Diego, just like all over the country, are looking for some kind of a change. They're looking for people that have common sense to protect our borders, to give them safety on the streets. And the person I'm running against is a far-left activist that doesn't care about any of those things and never addresses anything like that. And I think people are done with that.
Yeah, I even spoke to Democrats at polling location today who had said the border, I'm terrified of the border. That was the language that he used. It's very real for people here in San Diego, where 100,000 illegal aliens have been dropped off. Now, the rest of the race, you know, we're hoping that you have a good night tonight. We're also looking out for the U.S. Senate race, Steve Garvey running against Adam Schiff. You know, this is an important election for Republicans, isn't it?
That's been amazing. You know, people write California off like it's completely gone. But as you can see by Steve Garvey, there's still some life left in the Republican Party. And the people of California, I think they've reached a tipping point where they say, you know, we can't live this way anymore. There's homelessness all over our streets. There's lawlessness in our streets. There's illegal aliens everywhere. You can't go anywhere safely. And they want to change. And so you see that with the Garvey race. I think you're going to see that in my race. And I have a feeling you're going to see seats flipping all over.
And back to your race, there are Democrats only need to net 4 seats in the House to flip the majority, the Republican majority to Democrat. And there's 7 that they're looking at here in California. Are you concerned at all about any of those seats flipping?
Well, you know, I got to be honest. I'm focused really on my race right now. But my job is to flip a safe Democrat seat. They think it's safe, but it's not safe. We're gonna take this one, and I think that it bodes well for the other Republicans that they're going to keep their seats as well.
Mayor Wells, thank you so much, guys. Guys, we'll be monitoring the results of Mayor Wells' race, of Steve Garvey versus Adam Schiff. Until then, back to you.
All right, Addison, we will be watching very closely. And Aaron, very important what they were just talking about. You know, the fact that Democrats could flip the House in California. It's going to come down to two states that are not very friendly to Republicans, California and New York.
Oh, that's right. When it comes to winning the House, that is the road to the majority. It sits in California and New York. The redistricting that has happened there, those competitive races, it's so important for the Republicans if they want to not only keep control of the House, but build their majority to be able to win those seats in California and New York.
And again, the threat from Democrats, too, if they do take back control of the House, they would contest the election if Donald Trump wins. They might not certify the election on January 6th, something they tried to do in 2016, and then they got really mad at Republicans for doing that in 2020. But we'll see what happens with that. Keep it right here. Our special coverage of Super Tuesday on N2 continues. We'll be right back after this. right, we want to thank you for staying with us here on N2. Our special coverage of Super Tuesday continues. A live look at the White House for you, where I can imagine Joe Biden is tucked into bed, sound asleep after winning a lot of the races he was in tonight. Did lose American Samoa. That was a big surprise. John Bachman here alongside Aaron Perini. And Aaron, you have a statement from the White House.
Yes, he does mention Donald Trump throughout this, but some of the highlights here are tonight's results leave the American people with a clear choice. Are we going to keep moving forward, or will we allow Donald Trump to drag us backwards into chaos, division, and darkness that defined his term in office? Further on in the statement, it says, quote, Donald Trump is determined to destroy our democracy and rip away fundamental freedoms like the ability for women to make their own health care decisions. It's clear Democrats are trying to lay out their playbook right here by making abortion a key issue and threats to democracy, the same playbook we've seen them run in the midterms in 22 and in 20. And yet again, he makes another quote here, pass around billions of dollars in tax cuts for the wealthy. And he says he'll do or say anything to put himself in power. Those tax cuts proportionally help the middle class more, including the child tax credit that has helped families be able to save for college education for their children as inflation has driven up the cost of groceries and the inability for families to save more. Democrats are laying out their playbook right here with President Biden's statement.
One of the things I think is interesting to watch is, as an outsider, neither Democrat or Republican, but the way Democrats are able to get everyone to line up behind their talking points. I remember my government teacher in high school told us that Republicans want to fall in love and Democrats want to fall in line, and they take their marching orders very carefully. Let's welcome in political analyst Mark Halpern to get more insight on the races tonight. Mark, great to see you.
Good to see you, John. As they say in politics, as goes American Samoa, so goes American Samoa.
This is true. Did you have any money on the American Samoa contest tonight? Because apparently that was paying out big. I'm joking.
I went to Ladbrokes. I put it all on American Samoa red, and I feel like that paid off.
Yeah, all right. Well, always bet on black, they say, but not for Mark Halpern when it comes to American Samoa betting on red. Mark, when you look at the storylines that we've seen tonight, we talked about Donald Trump maybe overperforming in the Northeast. We talked about Nikki Haley, who's still hanging around. She did win Vermont. You talk about the American Samoa surprise. You could talk about Steve Garvey outperforming expectations in California. What do you see as some of the most interesting storylines from this evening?
Well, it's going to be hard for Steve Garvey to win that race, but the final results as they come in, it will take a while because California counts slow. It's interesting because, look, everybody talks about America being a 50-50 nation, closely divided. I'm not predicting a Republican landslide, but there are Republicans now who are. And you could imagine a world in which many Senate races flip. You can imagine a world in which Republicans keep the House. Again, not a prediction, but there is now such confidence in the Republican Party. And Steve Garvey is an enticing candidate, not to necessarily win that seat, but to cause Democrats to have to move resources out there. And of course, if they need to fight for a Senate seat in California, it's going to cost them a lot of money.
Yeah, you can imagine that fight on Democrats' hands. You got Larry Hogan running for Senate in Maryland, another seat that would be hard for a Republican to win, but he has some of that crossover appeal, so you can see how this would all play out. And then, Aaron, we have the State of the Union coming up. You know, we have this statement from the White House that you just read. I would imagine we'll see a lot of overlap between what we just heard from you and what we'll hear from President Biden on Thursday.
That's right. As you're seeing, this is all predictive material here. You are seeing the White House lay out not only what they're going to talk about in the State of the Union, right? Part of this statement says that wages are rising faster than inflation. It's still the White House acknowledging that the economy is not as strong as they want it to be, or that the American people are feeling it, but that they're trying to acknowledge, hey, maybe we're doing a little better than an absolute failure, but the American people certainly don't see it that way. And then they do the issues, and they're going to continue to run the same playbook. And Mark, do you think that this playbook is going to win? We've seen Democrats run on the economy. We've seen them in special elections run on immigration. We've seen them run on abortion. Do you think, and the democracy tagline as well, not only will Joe Biden hit on these things come the State of the Union, do you see this as a successful playbook going into the general here in 24?
Aaron, there's no doubt if Joe Biden wins, those will be part of the arsenal. But I keep going back to the polling data that shows voters saying their family financial situation was better under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden, and not by a little bit, but by a lot. And so until those numbers turn around, unless those numbers turn around, I think Democrats' plans to use democracy and Dobbs and Social Security and other standbys for them to win are going to come up short. It's part of a victory for them, but it's not the whole thing.
Mark, one of the things that we saw today, too, is some of the tipping of the hand of what the Biden campaign is going to start to do. I think the Axios headline was something like, Joe Biden's plan is to go for the jugular of Donald Trump. I mean, other than talking about abortion, what does that look like?
Well, they believe they can rattle Donald Trump. Now, I'm not sure Joe Biden is going to be the rattler in chief. There'll probably be other people out there who try to do it as well. But they believe that the contrast they want to go to is the contrast that worked for them in 2020 when Joe Biden narrowly won, which is steady versus unstable. And they believe that Joe Biden has kind of a magical power to get inside Donald Trump's head. You've seen on occasion, including this week, Donald Trump reacting to attacks from Team Biden in a way that gives Team Biden some confidence. They need mojo now. They need to have Democrats confident again, because right now there's a lot of underconfident Democrats who are worried. The chatter continues about Joe Biden being replaced on the ticket, not just from Republicans, but from Democrats. And so this attempt to say he's going to be out there fighting, aggressive, they may do it, but I think it's more likely a placeholder to get Democrats who are not calm right now to be less jittery and believe that there's actually a plan. Because when you're behind, if you're doing more of the same, your supporters are going to scratch their heads and say, this got us behind. You need to do something at least a little bit different.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot different, I think, than 2020, of course, because Joe Biden is going to, we've already seen him out on the campaign trail, but he's going to have to be out there on the campaign trail with crowds, retail politicking, something he didn't have to do in 2020.
Yeah, can I tell you, though, John, he's giving the State of the Union, then he's campaigning in 2 battleground states. Do you know what else he's doing? But in the next 5 days, he's going to Delaware twice to hang out at his house. So Democrats who want to see aggressive, in your face, working hard, showing the American people he's at it, going twice to Delaware after spending a couple days in Camp David, some Democrats are scratching their head at that and saying, time's running out. There's no more, vacation.
We've seen where Joe Biden and Democrats try to get him riled up, and maybe we'll see a little bit of that at the State of the Union, but it never really seems to work for Joe Biden because he just seems to scream at the American people when he gets into that rattled kind of state. Instead of showing strength, he shows chaos. But to your point, Mark, when you were talking about whether or not there would be another Democrat to replace Biden on the ticket, we might see a little bit of that conversation with the State of the Union with Kamala Harris sitting behind him, don't you think?
Well, look, I don't think, Aaron, there are many people who think that Joe Biden would step down in favor of Kamala Harris, because part of the reason that he's determined to go forward is he privately agrees with the view of most Americans, most political analysts, that she would not be a strong general election candidate against Donald Trump. So there'll be talk about that, but I think the talk will continue to be more about some of the governors, Governor Whitmer, Governor Newsom, Governor Shapiro. I think that's where the talk will continue to be. But remember, unless he is unable to run physically and mentally, Joe Biden plans to be the Democratic nominee. And those who are fantasizing on the Democratic side about an escape hatch, I think, are going to be waiting a long time for that to happen, because it will happen never.
And Mark, let's talk about what we see on the screen here as well. Minnesota is one of those problem areas for Joe Biden because there's a pretty sizable Muslim vote there. This has been kind of a headwind for Joe Biden, and we see 20% of the vote in that state coming in for uncommitted.
Look, the Biden campaign is counting on kind of a cure-all for things like this, for a lack of enthusiasm amongst the so-called coalition of the ascendant, non-white voters, younger voters, young female voters in particular, who got Barack Obama elected twice. They're counting on those folks to come home, not just to not vote for Donald Trump, but to not stay home, to turn out to vote because of Donald Trump. Whether it's talking about democracy, talking about Dobbs, that's their strategy. So they're not worried, at least outwardly, about results like that in Minnesota, what we saw recently in Michigan, because they believe most voters haven't focused on the choice. And then when they recognize that, well, the choice is a Joe Biden who is, in your view, flawed versus a Donald Trump who, in your view, would be a disaster for democracy, they think they'll win. It may not be a winning plan, but it's their plan.
One more quick question. A lot of sizzle here, not a lot of steak. But tell us why you think, Mark, that Michelle Obama's office felt like they had to come out and say the former First Lady will not will not be running for president in this election cycle.
Because one of the things that's bedeviling the Democratic Party now is doubt that this is their ticket. Even though Joe Biden says this is their ticket, even though he's no intention of dumping Vice President Harris, but that division, that lingering doubt, that gnawing doubt has hurt with donors, it's hurt with grassroots, it's hurt with some members of Congress, and the loudest drumbeat from Republicans primarily, but not just, has been about Michelle Obama. So I think she felt the need, and probably, I would guess, although I don't know this, egged on by the White House and the re-election campaign, to say, stop the speculating. All shoulders need to go into pushing to get Joe Biden elected, not imagining that, well, if the polls are still bad in a couple months, we've got an escape hatch labeled Michelle.
And we also have a statement here from Cookie Monster's family office. He will not be running for president either. I do think he's looking for maybe a cabinet level position, maybe Treasury Secretary in the next Biden administration.
Absolutely.
We'll see. All right, Mark Halpern.
Secretary of Sugar.
Secretary of Sugar, very important post. Mark Halpern, great to see you.
Good to see you both.
All right, stay tuned. We got more to come here. Do not go anywhere. Our live coverage of Super Tuesday continues here on N2 right after this. All right, welcome back. Look for you here at the delegate count right now at 11:31 p.m. Eastern Time on Super Tuesday. Donald Trump with 942 pledged delegates. Nikki Haley with 72. Ron DeSantis with 9. And Vivek Ramaswamy with 3. The magic number is 1,215 delegates, and Donald Trump getting a lot closer to that this evening. Thanks for staying with us. I'm John Bachman alongside Aaron Perini. And if you're Donald Trump, Aaron, when you look at these numbers, you have to be pretty happy at where you're at.
Absolutely. Donald Trump has dominated across the Republican primary from start to finish, and these numbers only grow closer. While tonight he can't fully lock in the nomination, every state he wins, it looks like next week, honestly, he could be the actual presumptive nominee.
All right, and this is another race we've been watching very closely tonight. It's now been called for Adam Schiff. This is a jungle primary where the top 2 finishers move on to the general election, and we are going to have a Republican on the ballot in the Senate race for California. Give us your reaction to that, Aaron.
It's certainly what it looks like right now. Steve Garvey well over doubling Katie Porter, the closest next vote getter in the California primary. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Having a strong candidate up ticket can help those down ballot races. Not only can Donald Trump help drive out turnout in California, but having a strong Republican, it's not predictive to say that a Republican can win in California, but having someone that people can get excited about up ballot helps those House races. And in order for Republicans to expand their House majority and hold the House majority, they need to win in a state like California. So having a Republican on the ballot in the Senate race will help with turnout in November.
All right, let's welcome in now GOP strategist Joe Pinion. He is here to give us some more perspective and insight. And also with us, California Assemblyman Bill Asili. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so Bill, let me ask you this question first, since you're out there in California. If you're Steve Garvey, do you wrap your arms around Donald Trump and hope that there is some sort of synergy, even though, you know, Donald Trump might not be the most popular guy in California, but can Steve Garvey actually pull this off?
You know, I don't even think he needs to talk about Donald Trump. I would just talk about the Democrats. I mean, the Democrats are so gone so far off the deep end with their policies they propose in here. They want to take over every aspect of our life, from healthcare to even our cars now. They want the cars to prevent us from speeding. So I would just focus and hammer the Democrats for being extremists and being so out of touch with everyday Californians and causing all the destruction and public safety issues and releasing prisoners. I'd focus on the Democrats.
Oh, I think that that's a strong message. And you also see Democrats in California doing things like allowing convicted felons to now go back and be able to try and relitigate their cases even after, well, after the current law says. So it's incredible what you're seeing in California. But Joe, when you're looking forward to November and you've seen such a dominant performance by Donald Trump in the primary and him leading Joe Biden in the national polling at this point, what do you think is the top message that Donald Trump needs to continue to drive in order to hold Joe Biden's feet to the fire and win in November?
You are less safe today than you were when Joseph Robinette Biden took the oath of office. That every single thing that has gone wrong in your life has Joe Biden's fingerprints on it. And whether you're talking about something as basic as sovereignty, security, you've seen over 200 people on the terrorist watch list entering this country from the northern and southern border. You have seen migrant crisis after migrant crisis trying to bankrupt city after city because we've got sanctuary states that didn't think they needed to actually figure out how they were going to have sanctuary homes. People with debit cards, care of the government that have been here 24 hours when people have been here 24 years and they still can't get actual proper redress from their government. So that is the message for President Trump, that the world has been torn asunder by the weakness that has been exhibited by Joe Biden on the global stage. And here at home, your pocketbook is worse off, your safety and security is worse off, and more importantly, if you're trying to keep America great, then you have to make sure that this first term from Joe Biden is his last.
Bill, that sounds like a wonderful plan, but we all know that the media is going to stack up against Donald Trump. And we also hear reports that Democrats are going to, quote unquote, go for the jugular in the coming days and weeks and months ahead. So if you are Donald Trump, how do you defend against that?
You know, I think he's inoculated for the most part. I mean, what more can they do to this man? I mean, they've indicted him, they've sued him, they've done everything they can to try to take him off the ballot. And I think what people are seeing, especially independents, they feel this sense of unfairness. The way they're going after him, it's not fair. And Americans have this sense of fairness. So if I'm Donald Trump, I'm going to focus on issues. And I loved his line when he said the best revenge is our success. Is winning, and focus on policies, focus on closing the border, bringing jobs back up, bringing income up, bringing costs down for Americans, keeping us safe. Trump wins on all these issues, and I think Americans will reward him in November.
Well, it's not that long until November. It's like a long time away, it seems like, but also no time at all in politics, right, Aaron?
No, it's a forever, but it's a tomorrow at the same time. I mean, Joe, you understand this as well when it comes to winning these races. Every day from here on out is going to matter. You see Donald Trump hitting the trail immediately and Joe Biden going to Delaware twice. When it comes to the conversation about Joe Biden's mental capacity as president, do you think the strategy he ran in 2020 of hiding is going to be one he can execute again?
Well, he could hide from the voters, but he didn't have a record to hide from. Now he's got to hide from both the voters and the record. And now he has the Department of Justice saying that his mental competency is so compromised that they do not believe he is fit to stand trial. So President Trump gets to say, don't take my word for it. Just listen to the Department of Justice. So I think Bill hit on an excellent point, though, that it's about fairness, that the message that President Trump can deliver, perhaps better than anyone else, is that everyone should be held according to the law. No one should be placed beneath the law. And there is no reward in America anymore for people who play by the rules. You pay your taxes, you do what you're supposed to do in your community, and you end up being invaded because of a migrant crisis, because they've rolled back all the border issues. You do what you're supposed to do, you raise your kids well, you send them to school, only to find out that in places like New York City, 70% of the black kids cannot do math at grade level. You've got only 40% of kids, by all metrics, even reading at grade level across the country. So the nation is falling apart on Joe Biden's watch. It didn't all happen when he took the oath of office, but certainly it's coming apart quite quickly now, and we can't afford what comes next.
And again, I say this a lot, this is not an abstract decision for a lot of Americans. They know what a Trump presidency looks and feels like. They very much know what a Biden presidency feels like, and they will be bringing those feelings with them to the ballot box in November. Joe and Bill, great to have you with us. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, keep it right here on N2. Our live special coverage of Super Tuesday continues. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
success will bring unity to our country.
I think we had more of that planned, but you get the gist of it. That was sort of similar to Donald Trump's speech tonight compared to his other speeches there. Normally we hear him speak for over an hour. Tonight he spoke for about 20 minutes at Mar-a-Lago. We know he's got big plans in the days and weeks ahead. Got some big contests, and he could cinch up the 1,215 delegates he needs to secure the Republican nomination next week.
That's true. I mean, you want to talk about unity, bringing the party together. We've seen speeches from Donald Trump where he has hit Nikki Haley, he's hit opponents, but this time he really focused not only on the contrast between him and Joe Biden, but also the ability to bring the party together and move forward to be able to win in November.
Well, another thing that's a little bit different about this evening is we're not going to hear from Nikki Haley like we have in some of the other contests. We're not going to hear from Joe Biden. We got a statement, which Aaron read earlier, but no live presence of Joe Biden. But let's head out to California right now with correspondent Addison Smith. He is live in San Diego. They're still having fun out there in San Diego. Addison, what do you got for us?
Yeah, John, so just a few minutes ago, they started reading the current results out loud. Obviously, the night is young here. It's about 8:30, so there's still a while to go before we're going to know a lot of these congressional races and these Senate races. But, of course, former President Donald Trump, the elephant in the room, securing this California victory. Around 70% of the vote for the former president, with just a little bit reported. Still a long way to go in these results. But the crowd is excited to see former President Trump securing another win under his belt. He's undefeated in Super Tuesday thus far. And as for the congressional and the Senate races, we're still waiting on a lot of the results of that. One thing to look out for is Steve Garvey, the former LA Dodgers legend, who's running for Senate against Adam Schiff. You can see it there. Some of the outlets have begun to call this race, but it's still pretty close. He's within a few points of Adam Schiff. Steve Garvey, of course, new to politics, so for him to take on someone like Adam Schiff, who's a career politician, is significant. And if he wins, if he's able to pull off a win tonight, we'll see. Again, very early on, he would be the first Republican senator to win in California since 1988, and he would manage to do that without having run a single TV ad here in his campaign. So again, people are celebrating, having some drinks, having a good time, celebrating Trump's victory. As for the rest of the statewide races, it remains to be seen, a lot of them, guys.
I'm in San Diego. Aaron, it does help if you're a former Major League All-Star to have that name ID in a state like California, and Steve Garvey has that going for him. But I would imagine if he does advance here, he's going to buy some TV ads, or at least Republicans will buy some on his behalf.
You would hope so. Name ID is really critical, and the fact that he didn't have to spend money early to build that name ID is really a political advantage he had in this race.
All right, let's welcome in now Daniel Littman, White House and Washington reporter for Politico. Also back with us, Ashley Hayek, Executive Director of America First Works. Guys, great to see you again.
Thanks for having us.
Hi.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about Minnesota, because we flashed up some results for Joe Biden in Minnesota. Daniel, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted. Anybody else besides Joe Biden? It's that, silhouette of a mysterious person. How bad is that for Joe Biden?
Well, Minnesota, despite Trump wanting to get it in 2020 and a little bit in 2016, is not really on the table for as a swing state. And so Trump would be wise to spend his time and energy and money on other states in November and not on Minnesota, which is still a pretty blue state. But it's definitely concerning writ large in terms of young voters, progressive voters, who are very mad that Joe Biden has been pretty pro-Israel and has not restrained Israel from its war against Hamas. And so you're seeing that reflected in that uncommitted vote, which is a few percentage points more than was in Michigan in the last week or so. And so that is bad news. And they're ramping up rhetoric, as we see, with Harris calling for an immediate ceasefire a few days ago.
Yeah, obviously these things are done state by state, but, you look at the overall strength of Joe Biden in a situation like this, and does it portend, a weakness in other states as well?
You think it will show some weakness in some other states, especially critical states, right? I mean, if you look at a state like Wisconsin, where there are a lot of swing voters, when you look at these critical swing states on a path to victory in November, it's so critical to lock those up. But anytime there's a protest vote against Joe Biden, that only weakens his stance going into the general. And Ashley, when you look at the primary right now on the Republican side, albeit very much looking to be over at this point, a lot of people are saying the vote for Nikki Haley is that protest vote against Donald Trump. What can Donald Trump do to bring those voters back into his camp to strengthen his base going into the general?
Yeah, I think that there's a bigger problem here than what Lippman is saying in terms of this uncommitted vote. And I think when you have such an erosion from the Democratic base that won't even show up for their own person, that shows just how weak he is as a candidate. And if you look in Minnesota specifically, 40,000 votes. Okay, it may be a few percentage points, but remember, Donald Trump only lost Minnesota in 2016 by about 20,000 votes. So this would seal the deal for him. And then you take the same situation and you apply it to Michigan. You know, he doesn't even, at this point, I think he's going to get those swing voters. He's going to get the people who care about the border and the economy. But on top of that, you have people who are so frustrated with this administration for not standing up for our veterans, to not making a decisive action on peace in the Middle East. I mean, the Democrat Party, it's not just Joe Biden, but it's the Democratic Party as a whole has a major uphill battle. And this is also going to have huge ramifications when it comes to the Senate map as well.
Yeah, when we're talking about that uphill battle, Daniel, part of the uphill battle that you're seeing Donald Trump facing right now is really that fundraising battle. But there's reporting that he was having a meeting with Elon Musk and that Musk could possibly be a donor to Donald Trump. That really could shift things substantially for that campaign. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, so the Trump at Mar-a-Lago had a meeting with Musk and a few other big donors on Sunday. And Musk has $200 billion in his litter. And so even $1 billion of that could go a long way, or even $100 million. And so Trump is facing some cash crunches these days because of how much money he's spending on legal fees. He's spent, I think, $50 million in legal fees last year, and it's only racking up this year as well. We're only in March, and he's going to face lawyer fees for the rest of the year. And so Musk has kind of played footsie with Trump a little bit, but in 2022, he told Trump to sail off into the sunset. When Trump pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords, he said that was a bad decision, that climate change was real. Of course, Elon Musk would say that. He has a big electric car company. But Elon Musk, it's going to be interesting to see if he puts his money where his mouth is, because he has said that he does not want Biden to return in office in January.
Well, you look at the Elon Musk's X feed and the things that he talks about, it's hard to imagine him supporting anybody else but Donald Trump at this point. But I can say I did check into Mar-a-Lago a little bit earlier tonight, and they had a special reception off to the side for billionaires. Obviously, Donald Trump is trying to make that push, get those dollars in there. Ashley, we are going to see some changes, too, at the RNC. Laura Trump is going to be one of the co-chairs. How do you think that changes things for Republicans?
I'm actually incredibly excited about the future of the party. Michael Whatley, who's the chair of the North Carolina Republican Party, this was actually, I think, the first election that North Carolina had voter identification. It is something, the election integrity has really been driven from North Carolina. Laura Trump is a fantastic spokesperson. I think they're open to new ideas. They're open to securing the vote. They're able to help with the fundraising. I think it's very promising step. And the other piece of this is I am seeing a willingness from the conservative movement to work together like never before. And it's all of the organizations coming together to identify what needs to be done in order to win in 2024 and even beyond that. And how do we go and take this winning and apply it to what the new administration will look like, what the policies will look like in 2025. And that's incredibly hopeful, I think, for all Americans.
I did see a clip today of a cable news show. I can't remember if it was CNN or MSNBC, where they're kind of joking and laughing about the fact that Laura Trump would be co-chair of the RNC. And this is not the first time this has happened. Maureen Reagan, President Reagan's daughter, she was a co-chair of the Republican National Committee at once upon a time. And they had some success, the Reagans did.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit of success. So we'll see where that goes. All right, thank you to Daniel Lippman and Ashley Hayek. Great to see you both. Thanks for hanging out late with us. staying up late. Now go to bed, kids. It's time to.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, so interesting night. And as expected, big night for Donald Trump.
Yes, big night for Donald Trump, and really the biggest surprise tonight was American Samoa for going against Joe Biden. But this is what we expected this evening. The polling has been accurate so far about the dominance Donald Trump has over the Republican Party and this primary. He's just a few primary days away from being able to really lock down the needed delegates to get to the floor in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the Republican nomination this summer in 2024.
Are you excited about Milwaukee?
I am. Wisconsin's such a great critical swing state, and I love Southeast Wisconsin. You know, I've campaigned there. I've worked on a couple of races in Wisconsin. It's such a great swing state that if Donald Trump can really bring in Wisconsin, that means he's going to get Pennsylvania. It means he's going to get North Carolina. I mean, these are strong states for him that are going to be so crucial come November.
And imagine the contrast too, Aaron, that we're going to see between the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Democrats deciding to have their convention in Chicago, of all places. We've already seen, I mean, Adam Schiff at one of his campaign events yesterday was accosted on stage by one of these pro-Hamas lunatics, telling him to call for a ceasefire and shout Free Palestine and all this other stuff. I wonder what the streets of Chicago are going to look like this summer. Is it going to look like Chicago 1968?
It possibly could, but another thing about Chicago is it is a very heavy teacher union city. We saw those teachers unions come down in a very heavy-handed way, and now that we're seeing that economic issues and really family issues are driving the day when it comes to voters, if I'm a Republican and I'm looking at Chicago, I'm salivating because I'm saying not only is crime there, but you're seeing the parents want to be able to stand up. This is a great contrast to what you'll see in a city like Milwaukee.
Yeah, next for Joe Biden, it's going to be the State of the Union on Thursday, so you can check out that. Obviously, some special coverage of the State of the Union coming up here on N2. It's been fun spending the last couple of hours with you. I'm John Bachman. She is Erin Perini. Did a great job, Erin. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll see you back here tomorrow. You can catch me at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific for John Bachman Now. Have a great night.